Marshall Peak, Chapter 5544, Consecutive Kills. The murderous intent radiating from this human race master was practically tangible. Moreover, the spear in his hand was clearly stained with the fresh blood of a black ink clansman. This aura, isn't this the aura of the Eighth Order human I sensed just now? The Territory Lord fighting with Fong Ying turned pale with shock. How did he arrive here so quickly? Despite his surprise, there was one thing that gave him a slight sense of relief. The other party seemed to be quite seriously injured. Yang Kai was indeed heavily wounded. For the sake of ending the previous battle as quickly as possible, he had ambushed and used a soul-rending thorn on the first Territory Lord. Unfortunately, he was pierced by a ray of black ink light shot by the second Territory Lord while he was focused on his first target. It was only thanks to his intrepid physique that Yang Kai remained standing. If it had been an ordinary Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master instead, they would have lost most of their combat ability by now. Afterwards, he cooperated with Yu Rumeng and the others to slaughter the second Territory Lord in just 10 breaths of time. However, killing the second Territory Lord in such a short time was not without a cost. He did not use a soul-rending thorn to defeat the second Territory Lord, relying solely upon his immense strength in addition to the support of Yu Rumeng and the others to restrain the enemy. As a result, Yu Rumeng and the others were wounded in the battle. Likewise, Yang Kai received additional injuries on top of his previous ones. It was fortunate that such wounds were not critical, and with his recovery abilities they would not hinder him as long as he did not suffer a fatal blow. Yang Kai had experienced countless battles of such intensity over the years, and one of the reasons he survived until today and managed to slaughter so many powerful foes was that he often was even more unrelenting and ruthless than his enemies. The second Territory Lord could be said to be very unlucky. A Territory Lord was hard to kill, and an innate Territory Lord was even harder to kill. If he had encountered another Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master cooperating with Yu Rumeng and the others instead, he would have had the chance to escape even if he could not defeat them. Even a master like Xiang Shan might not be able to stop an innate Territory Lord like him if he was determined to escape. Unfortunately for him, the person he encountered was none other than Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of Space. Under the effects of the space solidification, the Territory Lord had no hope of escaping, so what else was there for him other than to die in battle? Yang Kai knew Dawn could not hold out for long, which was why he decided to end the battle as quickly as possible and without any regard for the cost. He could only unleash 3 soul-rending thorns in a row, as it was too risky for him to do so a fourth time, but with the appearance of 5 Territory Lords, he became greedy and wanted to end all of their lives here today. That was why he refused to use his soul-rending thorns, unless there was no other choice. Nevertheless, now was the right time to strike. Yang Kai leapt across the void and arrived in a flash, then immediately unleashed a soul-rending thorn while the Territory Lord facing Fong Ying remained in shock. The Territory Lord's soul was instantly pierced, causing him to howl like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Furthermore, he was struck by the combined attacks of Yang Kai and Fong Ying during the brief moment when the defenses of his soul were ripped apart. Fong Ying's divine manifestation emerged, and the myriad swords dragon enveloped her body. An overwhelming sword intent subsequently pierced towards the Territory Lord, while a myriad of Tao strengths intertwined and interlaced around the Azure Dragon Spear in Yang Kai's hand. These 2 attacks practically blew apart the Territory Lord's body. However, he did not die. The death of his 2 companions might have caused him to be more vigilant, so he managed to survive even under such dire circumstances. Nonetheless, his aura weakened significantly. Yang Kai was genuinely surprised, as this was the first time he failed to kill his enemy after unleashing a soul-rending thorn, but regardless, he did not have the luxury to ponder over this anomaly. Dawn was in great danger at the moment, and if he did not head to their rescue soon, Dawning Light would be at risk of being blown to pieces. With a shift of his figure, Yang Kai left the half-dead innate territory lord to Feng Ying and appeared in front of Dawning Light. At that very moment, the defensive light barrier around Dawning Light shattered to pieces. Led by Shin Ao and the other Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the members of Dawn assembled on the deck and prepared themselves to fight the two territory lords to the death. Yang Kai's arrival was just in time. Faced with the powerful joint attack of the two territory lords, Yang Kai could not dodge as Dawning Light was right behind him. If he evaded the attacks, then the members of Dawn would surely suffer severe casualties. A great sun leapt into the sky as a golden crow cried out. Immediately after that, the full moon rose up as moonlight illuminated the void. Time principles and space principles wove together as the sun and moon shone simultaneously, causing profound space-time strength to permeate the world. The sun and moon immediately began to spiral forward like a giant top towards the two territory lords and swiftly enveloped them. In the next moment, a violent force erupted, and regardless of whether it was the two innate territory lords, Yang Kai or Dawning Light, all of them were overwhelmed by the explosion. Aboard Dawning Light, every single member of Dawn spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and their expressions became sluggish. Likewise, Yang Kai's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. The two territory lords were in a state of utter shock. They had never seen such a mighty Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. Even though the other party was also wounded, their combined attack containing their full power was still blocked by the other party. The power of the divine ability unleashed by the other party earlier was so overwhelming that it simply seemed impossible to believe. Not just the raw force behind this attack, but the profound effect it had on both them and the world around them was beyond their ability to comprehend. Even after the shockwave had faded, the mysterious space-time strength lingering around their bodies left them feeling extremely uncomfortable. Do we fight? Or do we flee? This newly appeared human was too strong. If they could kill him here, then all the sacrifices they made in this battle would be worthwhile. Be that as it may, the other party did not seem like an easy target, and they were not sure if it was him or them who would die if they fought here today. At this moment, the two territory lords were certain that this person was the powerful enemy that Mo Na Yi mentioned. Hence, they couldn't help cursing the latter in their hearts. Mo Na Yi only mentioned that a powerful enemy might appear in Acacia territory, but failed to give them any specifics. It was his fault that two of their companions had been killed. If Mo Na Yi knew what they were thinking, he would have roared at the injustice. Information about Yang Kai had come directly from profound Nether territory, where he had slain 3 territory lords in a single battle. It was later confirmed that he was the same human who caused a huge disturbance at the no-return pass. In response to this information, Mo Na Yi decided to err on the side of caution and made an immediate request for 5 additional territory lords to be sent as reinforcements. He thought that 10 territory lords gathered together would be enough to defeat Yang Kai, but who could have imagined that those 5 territory lords who came as reinforcements would encounter Yang Kai before they even had the chance to meet up with the others? The fact that 5 territory lords would be killed one after another in this intense battle was a situation that the Black Ink clan never even dreamed of. Just as the 2 territory lords were hesitating over their decision, the commotion caused by the death of a 3rd territory lord came from nearby. It was Feng Ying who had slain her opponent. The 3rd territory lord was struck by Yang Kai's soul-rending thorn just now, and also suffered a joint attack from Yang Kai and Feng Ying that blasted half his body away. Although he managed to survive that initial barrage, his strength had plummeted to the point where he had essentially lost all combat capability. Yang Kai had to rescue Dawning Light, so he did not bother to stick around until the end of the battle. Naturally, Feng Ying exerted her full strength after his departure. She had been suppressed by her opponent and forced into a precarious situation earlier. However, the Territory Lord was no longer a match for her. There was no helping it as his injuries were too severe. It was already impressive that he could bring out half of his full strength. Under Feng Ying's fierce onslaught that completely disregarded the damage she sustained, the third Territory Lord only managed to hold out for several breaths of time before he was slaughtered by her. This was her first time killing a Territory Lord with her own hands after she advanced to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. However, it was not that impressive a feat, as without Yang Kai laying the foundation for her, she was the one who would have suffered a disastrous fate by now. Feng Ying did not stop there, though. Clad in a layer of sword light, she immediately spun around after defeating her opponent and rushed towards Yang Kai. The two remaining Territory Lords, who had been waffling over their decision to fight or flee, did not hesitate for a moment longer. They were not confident about defeating Yang Kai in the first place, but not only was there another Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master coming to join the fight, they also sensed the other warship rapidly closing in on them. Things would not end well for them if they were encircled by the enemy. Hence, they immediately came to a decision. Their figures flashed, and they fled into the distance. Yang Kai had taken precautions against their escape, though, and seeing them flee, he surged his space principles and solidified the local space again. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe now, and he was unable to smoothly mobilize his strength. If it were just one Territory Lord, he might have been able to restrain his opponent. However, the two Territory Lords cooperated and quickly broke open the blockade to escape. Yang Kai grit his teeth and raised his spear to pursue. It was not easy to come across the opportunity to slaughter a Territory Lord. So how could he give up so easily? Now that 3 out of 5 Territory Lords were dead, killing the last 2 Territory Lords would be much easier. Feng Ying followed closely behind while Yu Meng and the others, who were rushing to provide support, also hastily adjusted their course. Aboard Dawning Light, the members of Dawn quickly followed suit after suppressing their injuries. The 2 figures and 2 warships doggedly moved to intercept the 2 innate Territory Lords, and in the blink of an eye, they had already crossed 1,000,000 kilometers. The persistence of their pursuers enraged the 2 Territory Lords. They had never suffered such humiliation in all the years since they left the primordial heaven source grand restriction. It's all the fault of that damn M.O. Nai for giving such an unclear message. We will make him pay for this. The 2 Territory Lords vowed in their hearts, but then their expressions abruptly stiffened as they looked up and stared into the distance. There seemed to be an ambush in that direction. Numerous human race masters were waiting up ahead for them. At the same time, a majestic palace soared through the void. The palace was extremely simple-looking but had an ancient air about it. Moreover, there was a plaque above the main gates of the palace with the characters "Flowing Time" emblazoned on it. 2 figures stood in front of the palace gates, a young man and woman both dressed in white. The young man and young woman stared at the approaching innate Territory Lords, but not only did they seem unafraid, they even seemed excited. It was almost as though they had caught a big fish in their net. They had clearly cultivated the same secret art, and under their joint efforts, the flow of time in the local region became distorted. From the enormous palace, 10,008 glowing grains of sand shot out, and the 2 figures disappeared. The grains of sand flew towards the 2 Territory Lords and enveloped them, causing their sense of time to dramatically slow. It was the work of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. They were the inheritance disciples of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. And ever since they inherited the Flowing Time Temple, they had been cultivating the Tao of Time diligently. In particular, the Tao of Time was Yang Zhao's bloodline talent, as he was part of the Dragon Clan. He could gain twice the result with half the effort when cultivating the Tao of Time, and thanks to his careful teaching and her innate talents, Yang Shui also shone brilliantly in this extremely esoteric grand Tao. At present, their attainments in the Tao of Time had reached an incredible height. Nevertheless, They were not arrogant or overconfident. They knew that they were no match for a territory lord, so they did not attempt to actually harm the two territory lords. The gap in their strength was simply too wide for that to be a realistic plan. On the contrary, their goal was only to hinder the escape of the two territory lords. Even if they could only delay them for a single breath, it would be enough. If it were an ordinary black ink clansman, they would have had a hard time defending against such a mysterious secret technique. However, the strength of the two innate territory lords was enormous. There was no need for them to search for flaws in this secret technique to break through. They simply surged the black ink strength in their bodies as they threw out a punch in unison. In the face of overwhelming force, all tricks and tactics become meaningless. With a single blow, the flying sand that covered the entire area abruptly recoiled, and the giant palace, which had seemingly vanished, reappeared and was sent tumbling through the void. Under the violent impact, the flowing time temple rumbled loudly as countless cracks appeared all over it. Simultaneously, both Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who were standing at the palace gates, coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5545. There are 5 other territory lords. Impudence. One of the territory lords was livid. How dare a mere pair of humans in the 7th and 6th order block our way, just because they have the support of mysterious secret techniques? Even if they did not dare to confront the 8th order open heaven realm master from earlier, how could they fail to defeat a 7th order and a 6th order open heaven realm masters? Just as they were about to unleash a barrage of ruthless attacks, a warship emerged from behind the flowing time temple, and Zhao Ye's beautiful figure charged out. With an ice-cold expression on her face, she unleashed a barrage of spear shadows that pierced forward with an indomitable spirit. To her left, the honest-looking Zhao Yi channeled space principles into the spear, causing it to become even more blurred and unpredictable. From the right, time principles surged and gathered around Su Yi's body before he channeled them into Zhao Ye's spear like Zhao Yi had. Instantly, time principles merged with space principles to form a brand new form of strength. The 3 disciples were highly accomplished in their respective cultivation, and even though each of them had inherited a different grand Tao from Yang Kai, the long years they spent together gave them an innate understanding and familiarity with each other's strengths. In turn, this allowed them to work together and achieve the perfect combination attack. This was a secret technique that the 3 of them developed to merge their strengths and defeat more powerful enemies. The burst of power unleashed by these 3 7th order open heaven realm masters was comparable to the attack of an ordinary 8th order open heaven realm master. Furthermore, the spear technique had a clear semblance to the one Yang Kai had used. The 2 territory lords were horrified. Yang Kai's son and Moon Divine had injured them earlier, and the space-time strength from that attack lingered around their bodies even now. Therefore, it came as a great shock for the combined attack of these 3 7th order humans to contain a trace of that same mysterious space-time strength. These 3 must be related to that 8th order master from earlier. They are most likely master and disciples. They immediately made a swift decision in their hearts and unleashed a barrage of ruthless attacks. Under the effect of the violently surging black ink strength, Zhao Yi, and Su Yi convulsed as though struck by lightning. Their complexions turned deathly pale in an instant, and they each spat out a mouthful of blood. Without waiting for the enemy to strike again, Zhao Yi made a decisive move, wrapping his space principles around his junior brother and junior sister, then forcefully teleporting them 100,000 kilometers away. The secret technique unleashed by one of the territory lords blasted out only to hit empty space. Nevertheless, the fallout still swept over the trio and sent them flying even further away. At that moment, 3 more figures rushed out from behind the surging black ink strength. One of them was a small stone man leaping through the black ink cloud. He hammered his chest with his fists and gave a deafening roar. At the same time, his small body swelled rapidly and abruptly transformed into a towering giant. Divine Spirit, Tai Yu. Xiao Xiao swiped at the 2 territory lords but failed to grab them in his hands, though the reckless effort caused countless broken pieces of rock to tumble down his massive arms. This attack was followed up by a piercing phoenix cry as a scorching flame spread across the void. A fire phoenix emerged out of nowhere and opened its mouth to spew burning flames towards the 2 territory lords, warping the surrounding space with the intensity of their heat. Qiongqi also charged forward, his figure darting about as his claws slashed out. Aboard the Baishi battleship, Xiao Hong and Xiao He used various secret techniques to bombard the enemy from range, while even Baishi's soul clone charged forward menacingly. The 2 territory lords were absolutely incensed now. This annoying band had hit them with a rapid succession of attacks, and as a result, they did not have time to catch their breath, annoying them greatly. Under normal circumstances, these attacks would not have fazed this pair in the slightest. But what was the current situation? They were desperately fleeing for their lives, with 2 Eighth Order masters and 2 incredibly powerful warships chasing after them. If they did not escape now, they would soon follow in the footsteps of their 3 other companions. Scram! One of the territory lords roared, causing a violent force to spread out in all directions. Xiao Xiao, Lu Yan, Qiongqi, and even Baishi's soul clone were instantly sent flying and became dizzy from the impact. Although none of them were weak, there was still a significant gap between them and an innate territory lord. Hence, the all-out assault of the territory lords wiped out all their attacks in an instant and even struck them hard. Nevertheless, that was enough. In the brief moment their squad held back these 2 territory lords, Yang Kai, Feng Dawning Light, and the other Baishi battleship arrived and immediately surrounded the 2 territory lords from all sides. A huge battle immediately broke out with countless secret techniques and divine abilities blasted forth. Groans of pain could be heard among the numerous explosions, as this confrontation was an all-out life-and-death battle where no one held anything back. All of a sudden, a hole opened in the encirclement. The 2 territory lords did not hesitate to seize the opportunity and escape through the gap. One of them fled so swiftly that he was emerged on the horizon in the blink of an eye. Even Yang Kai failed to stop his escape. On the other hand, the 2nd territory lord was 1 step slower, and Yang Kai's spear swept towards him before he could rush through the opening. Stay behind. A violent force erupted, forcing the territory lord to retreat, helplessly in a fit of anger and frustration. He was instantly surrounded again. Yang Kai did not waste his time on this territory lord, and hastily sent a divine sense transmission to Feng Ying. "I'll leave things here to you." Then he chased after the territory lord who fled earlier. With the combination of Feng Ying, Don Yu Rumeng's squad, and the group of little ones, they were enough to compete against this territory lord. Besides, Yang Kai did not expect them to kill him, just keep him trapped here. He was going to kill the escaped territory lord first, then return to deal with the last one. Space principles fluctuated wildly as Yang Kai quickly closed in on the escaped territory lord. However, his expression changed drastically before he could attack the other party. At the edge of his divine senses perception range, he detected 5 mighty auras approaching rapidly from afar. There are 5 more territory lords here? Yang Kai was thoroughly shocked. He had initially assumed that the 5 territory lords he encountered were the main force of the Black Ink clan in Acacia territory. Even if the 5 territory lords did not make up the entire force, they should account for most of it. After all, there were only so many territory lords, so they could not be mobilized easily. Who could have known that there would actually be 10 territory lords here? Yang Kai never even dreamed that Mo Na Yi, the territory lord, who oversaw Acacia territory, would think so highly of him after learning that Yang Kai had left profound nether territory and might be heading to Acacia territory. Mo Nai immediately called for reinforcements, but the 5 territory lords who came were extremely unlucky. Before they could meet up with Mo Nai, they encountered Yang Kai along the way. As a result, 3 of them were dead, and the other 2 were wounded. While Yang Kai was stunned, Mo Nai was on the verge of spitting blood. If Mo Nai could gather the strength of 10 territory lords, then Yang Kai would not have been able to cause much trouble regardless of his immense strength. Information about Yang Kai came from profound nether territory, and after analyzing it, Mo Nai did not hesitate to double the number of territory lords for this mission. Unfortunately, the 5 territory lords who came as reinforcements seemed to be rather ignorant about Yang Kai. Otherwise, they would not have suffered such heavy casualties. As soon as Mo Nai detected the traces of battle in this direction, he immediately led the 4 other territory lords over to provide support. He did not bother to bring any of his subordinates, as in a battle of this level, anybody who was not a territory lord would only end up dead. It was a pity that the commotion caused by the death of the 3rd territory lord spread out before they could arrive. There were now just 2 territory lords from their reinforcements left. From a distance, Mo Nai could see the distressed figure of the fleeing territory lord. Yang Kai's appearance was just as miserable as the fleeing territory lord, but the death of the latter's 3 companions left him with no courage to fight back alone. Who knows whether this human was deliberately acting weak to seek an opportunity to kill him? Upon detecting the auras of Mo Nai and the other territory lords, the fleeing territory lord was overjoyed and rushed towards them with all his might. "Protect your soul!" Mo Nai shouted a warning hastily. According to initial speculations, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Yang Kai had a secret technique that could severely injure his opponent's soul in an instant, allowing him to finish a one-on-one battle against a territory lord in a single move. Faced with an enemy like Yang Kai, it was vital for them to protect their souls in order to survive. The fleeing territory lord was no fool, so after hearing Mo Nai's warning, he recalled the scenes of his 3 companions' deaths earlier. Realization struck him suddenly, and he quickly surged his spiritual energy to protect his soul. "Bastard!" Yang Kai cursed in his heart. It would seem that he had used his soul-rending thorns too many times, which caused the territory lords to notice the flaw in this method. This was within his expectations, though. Although the soul-rending thorn itself was practically invisible once activated, the large fluctuation of spiritual energy could not be hidden from those who were paying attention. Not only did he use his soul-rending thorns to consecutively kill so many territory lords, he also activated this secret technique right in front of the royal lord at the No Return Pass. If the Black Ink clan failed to notice anything after so long, then something must be wrong with their heads. It was just that the soul-rending thorns were extremely overpowering because they were fueled by the sacrifice of part of Yang Kai's soul. Even if the territory lords defended themselves, they could not block out the effects completely. Nevertheless, Yang Kai no longer had the confidence to swiftly slaughter this fleeing territory lord. If he could not kill his opponent in one move, then his opponent would only need to restrain him for a moment before the other 5 territory lords arrived as reinforcements. Once that happened, the one stuck in an unfavorable situation would be him. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai thrust out his spear one last time before turning around without looking back. Since he could not slay his enemy, he decided to give up. Besides, there was another territory lord who was trapped behind him. Killing that territory lord would be good enough. The fleeing territory lord guarded his soul carefully after receiving Mo Nai's warning, but contrary to his expectations, it was Yang Kai's spear that stabbed forward and made a mess of his back. He cursed angrily in his heart not knowing whether to thank Mo Na Yi or scold him. Mo Na Yi roared from the distance, "Stop him!" How could he bear to watch Yang Kai escape? 3 territory lords had been killed in such a short time, so it would be difficult for him to explain the situation to the higher-ups if they failed to kill Yang Kai here. Unfortunately, they were still some distance away. As such, he could only call out to the lone territory lord who was being chased by Yang Kai. That territory lord naturally ignored Mo Na Yi. It had not been easy for him to escape alive, so his top priority was to join up with his allies as quickly as possible. Staying alive was his primary objective now. If he turned around and pursued Yang Kai instead, he might find himself in a precarious situation if the latter was forced into a corner. Mo Na Yi and the others would not be able to rescue him in time. A short while later, the 6 territory lords gathered together, and Mo Na Yi was practically spitting fire from his eyes. Glaring fiercely at the territory lord, who looked scared after narrowly escaping death, he roared, "Yugong, are you deaf? I told you to stop him." The territory lord called Yugong sneered, coldly in response, "If I had tried to stop him, I'd be dead by now." "It's because you didn't see how easily he killed the others that you can even say something so stupid. If you saw what I saw back there, you'd run even faster than I did." Mo Na Yi ground his teeth in frustration. Nonetheless, now was not the time to quarrel among themselves. There was still the aura of another territory lord coming from up ahead, and they had to rescue him as soon as possible, or it would be too late. "Follow him," he shouted before leading the other 5 territory lords and rushing forward. On the other side, the trapped territory lord was filled with rage. The people who had trapped him in this place could not be considered very strong. There was only one 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master among them, and she was clearly not his opponent at all. Unfortunately, the other side had a massive numerical advantage, with almost 30 enemies on par with 7th Order Masters alone, many of whom were powerful divine spirits. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5546. How can he be so strong? 2 other warships did not resemble ordinary warships. On the contrary, they seemed to be the incarnation of a divine spirit with extremely thick skin. Thanks to their strong defense, most of the attacks from the territory lord were successfully blocked by these 2 warships. As the saying went, a cornered beast will undoubtedly fight back. That was the best portrayal of the territory lord in his current situation. His numerous attempts to break free had been stopped by the forces surrounding him. Hence, he was feeling very vexed. He initially rushed here in high spirits as reinforcements, only to fall into such a miserable state not long after he arrived at Acacia territory. It would have been one thing if his opponent was a human race master he could not defeat. There was nothing much to complain about if his skills were inferior to the enemy. However, the key point was that these people were not such opponents. He could easily kill any one of them in a single blow if they were on their own, but they were extremely hard to handle when they teamed up against him. At this moment, he truly understood the meaning behind the human saying, 2 fists cannot not block 4 strikes. While he was fighting, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. It felt as though his soul had been sliced open by a mysterious force. The agony was not something he had ever experienced in his life, and for a time, he lost control of his strength entirely. Shit, the territory lord was panicking now. Any careless mistake could lead to eternal doom in a life and death battle. What more a sudden loss of strength due to damage to his soul? He knew that he had been ambushed, but he could not figure out how. In the next moment, countless attacks rained down on him from all directions, and under the violent and chaotic storm, his aura abruptly vanished without a trace. The 4th territory lord was dead. Only a cup of tea's time had passed since Yang Kai began his assault, but in that short span, the fallout caused by the death of 4 territory lords had already spread throughout Acacia territory. Damn. Mo Na Yi, who was pursuing Yang Kai, nearly went mad with rage. He had requested 5 territory lords as reinforcements, confident that 10 of them would be enough to defeat Yang Kai. However, he never imagined that Yu Gong would be the only survivor out of the 5 sent in such a short time. For a time, he couldn't help feeling vexed. If he had known earlier, he would have brought the other territory lords to meet their reinforcements immediately. He had not expected Yang Kai to arrive so quickly, or for the 5 territory lords he invited to die so easily. Yu Gong also had an ugly expression on his face, but a greater part of him was filled with relief. If not for his swift escape just now, the one being killed right now would have been him instead. That human. How can he be so strong? All the current innate territory lords came directly from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Seeing as every one of them was exceedingly powerful, they were confident and arrogant about their strength. They did not think highly of the 8th order human masters, so only the 9th order old ancestors could frighten them. It was not until today that Yu Gong finally learned something new. The 9th order open heaven realm masters were not the only ones who could kill them. There was also an 8th order open heaven realm master whose strength was beyond imagination. Let's go! On the battlefield ahead, Yang Kai's complexion was deathly pale. He gave a low roar and activated space principles to envelope a large part of the void before hurriedly bringing the others with him in a quick escape. They had to flee now. Otherwise, the tides would turn on them and the situation would be reversed. Although they had not suffered any casualties so far, every single one of them had been wounded in the battle, and they could no longer exert their full strength. It was mostly thanks to fortuitous timing that they managed to slaughter 4 territory lords in a row, with the other reason being that these 5 territory lords had been overly careless. If they had not split up to chase after dawning light, and the Bai Shi battleship, Yang Kai would not have had the opportunity to make a move. With the deaths of 4 territory lords serving as an example, the other 6 would no longer be so easy to handle. If those 6 territory lords caught up to Yang Kai, and the others, Yang Kai was the only one with the confidence to escape alive. The others would most likely lose their lives here. Therefore, they had to escape immediately. The faster they fled, the better. Yang Kai's head was aching after unleashing 3 soul-rending thorns in a row and fighting 4 territory lords to varying degrees, so it was very difficult for him to perform consecutive instantaneous movements with 3 whole squads in tow. Not to mention, the Dawn was a special operations squad, so instead of a dozen members, they had 50. The more people there were, the greater Yang Kai's burden. If not for the time constraints, he would have preferred to open his small universe for the rest to enter, as that would have made things more convenient for him to escape. Fortunately, he was not the only person who was proficient in the Tao of space in this group. Zhao Yi Bai was Yang Kai's first disciple. Having been born in Void World, he boasted an inherently high affinity with the Tao of space. Now that he was in the 7th order open heaven realm, his attainments in the Tao of space were considered extraordinary even if he could not compare with his honored master. With Zhao Yi Bai's support, Yang Kai's burden was reduced significantly. Even though it was a long-awaited reunion between master and disciple, they were forced to flee for their lives before they could even reminisce about the past. In addition, Yang Kai was severely wounded in the previous battle, so it was only natural for Zhao Yi Bai to step up and contribute under such circumstances. Thus, he mustered all his strength and pushed his space principles to the limit. During the cat-and-mouse chase, they traveled across several tens of millions of kilometers. Behind them, Emo, Na Yi, and the other territory lords were furious. They initially assumed that it would be easy for them to hunt down the weakened and injured humans, but who could have known that they would be left behind in the dust of their opponents instead? The royal lord was right. Yang Kai's ability to escape was unparalleled. It was no wonder that the royal lord himself was helpless against Yang Kai at the no-return pass. They are trying to escape from the great territories. one of the territory lords shouted. The direction in which Yang Kai and the others were escaping was obvious. They were heading towards one of the territory gates in Acacia territory, and their intentions were as clear as day. This was the most logical choice. With so many injured and 6 powerful territory lords chasing them from behind, it was only natural for Yang Kai's group to find a quiet place to reorganize themselves as soon as possible. Leaving the great territory was the best option, as it would not be too late for them to return for revenge after they had recovered. Seeing as Yang Kai managed to kill 4 territory lords this time, he would surely have another opportunity to kill a few more once he was back at his peak. How many more territory lords in the Black Ink clan would he kill after that? By the time he finished terrorizing the Black Ink clan, the situation in Acacia territory would fall apart on its own. In your dreams, Emo Na, ye coldly snorted and hurriedly sent out a message. A short while later, a feudal lord with an impressive aura stood in front of the territory gate and shouted at the top of his voice, "Sir Emo Na has issued a command. Several human race masters are heading in this direction, and we must stop them at all costs." The Black Ink clan army of 1,000,000 troops responded fervently and swiftly got into formation. This territory gate was the same one that Bai Shi's soul clone had wanted to escape with the little ones through, but what none of them knew was that the Black Ink clan had swiftly deployed an army of 1,000,000 troops to block this territory gate after Yang Kai entered Acacia territory. An hour later, a group of people swiftly approached the territory gate. Yang Kai looked up and saw a sea of Black Ink clansmen spreading out into the horizon. The Black Ink clan army stood strong outside the territory gate, forming a tight barricade around it. Looking at the scale, Yang Kai judged there to be at least 1,000,000 troops. Yang Kai could not help cursing at the sight as he wondered why there were so many Black Ink clansmen here. An army of 1,000,000 was certainly not small. Even if he did not detect the aura of a territory lord coming from that direction, it would not be easy for him to break through such a blockade. Besides, the Black Ink clan army was practically burning with fighting spirit. It was obvious that they had prepared themselves for an intense battle. The territory lords chasing from behind must have given them an order to fight to the death to stop them. "We can't head this way anymore." Under normal circumstances, it would not have been difficult for Yang Kai to break through the Black Ink clan army's barricade, even if they had 1,000,000 troops on their side. He had the confidence to succeed, eventually, but the circumstances this time were different. 6 territory lords were chasing after him, so even a slight delay would lead to a disastrous end. Damn it! Why are there so many Black Ink clansmen in Acacia territory instead of on the front lines of the war? Helpless, Yang Kai could only change direction and speed towards the next nearest territory gate. One day later, Yang Kai nearly thought that he had gone back to the same territory gate when he arrived at the second one and saw another 1,000,000-strong Black Ink clan army. What's going on? It's just Acacia territory. Isn't this an insignificant place? Even if there are human race survivors trapped here, is there a need for the Black Ink clan to mobilize so much manpower? Or could it be because of me? At this moment, Yang Kai had the vague realization that the unexpected incidents in Acacia territory were related to him, and he was correct. In the beginning, the Black Ink clan only planned to use the human refugees trapped in Acacia territory to lure out some hunters and did not deploy many troops or masters here. After all, 100,000 troops was more than enough to block a territory gate, as the human masters they were expecting to face weren't that strong or united. After receiving the news from profound nether territory, though, Emo Na Yi deduced that Yang Kai would most likely appear in Acacia territory. Hence, he hastily mobilized the armies from the nearby Great Territories and invited 5 additional territory lords over as reinforcements. That was how the current lineup was formed. It would now seem that he indeed had great foresight. With 1,000,000 troops guarding each territory gate, Even Yang Kai would not dare to force his way through under the current circumstances. There were 5 territory gates in Acacia territory, but based on the situation at the 2 consecutive territory gates he visited, Yang Kai felt there was no need to check the situation at the 3 other territory gates. It was almost a given that the Black Ink clan would also have heavy defenses around those territory gates. At this point, Yang Kai was barely holding on, while Zhao Yibai was about to reach his limits. He was wounded in the first place, so after supporting Yang Kai for so long, the burden was too much for him. It was just that he had a stubborn personality, so even though he was as pale as a sheet, he did not utter a single complaint. "Hurry up and enter my small universe." In the middle of their escape, Yang Kai shouted and opened the portal to his small universe. At this point, he had no choice but to gamble. Once Zhao Yibai became exhausted, he would have to facilitate the escape of so many people with his strength alone. Under those circumstances, it would only be a matter of time before their enemies caught up to them. When Yang Kai opened the portal to his small universe, the others did not hesitate and quickly poured inside. During this brief delay, the 6 territory lords pursuing them quickly closed the distance with Mo Na Yi looking overjoyed as he roared, "Humans, today you die." Immediately after that, the 6 territory lords joined forces and attacked in unison. The surging Black Ink strength caused both Yang Kai and Feng Ying to cough up blood. Even Yang Kai's small universe was shaken by the aftermath because he failed to close the portal in time. Fortunately for him, nothing serious happened since there was a World Tree clone in his small universe to shelter it from external forces. Otherwise, the impact would have been enough to put his small universe at risk of destruction. The others, including Bai Shi's soul clone, could enter Yang Kai's small universe to hide, but Feng Ying could not. That was because she was also in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, the same as Yang Kai. Yang Kai and Feng Ying's injuries became increasingly severe, but before the 6 territory lords arrived, Yang Kai grabbed Feng Ying and vanished from the spot with a flash. It was a pity they could not run very far before the territory lords would track down their location and pursue them again. Yang Kai swore fiercely in his heart, "Just you wait. I will definitely pay you back for this humiliation one day." Seeing as the Black Ink clan army had blockaded 2 territory gates, the same was most likely true for the remaining 3. In other words, there was no way for them to leave Acacia territory. In addition to the pursuit of the 6 territory lords, they were in a desperate situation indeed. At this moment, there was only one place left for them to go. Upon making his decision, Yang Kai focused on making his escape. Compared to how mighty he seemed earlier when he slaughtered those territory lords, he was now fleeing with his tail between his legs. It truly was the perfect example of karmic retribution. Now that the tides of fortune had turned on him, he was helpless. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5547, Can't Run Anymore? They're heading towards the Universe Cave Heaven. One of the territory lords quickly figured out Yang Kai's intentions. The 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were heading towards the location of a Universe Cave Heaven in Acacia territory. It was also the place where the other human refugees in Acacia territory were hiding at the moment. The Black Ink clan only came across this place by accident. The main reason was that the human race masters left the Universe Cave Heaven to investigate the situation in Acacia territory and accidentally revealed their whereabouts. That was how they were targeted by the Black Ink clan. A Universe Cave Heaven was generally hidden in the void, so if one did not know its precise location and the method to open its portal, it was very difficult for an ordinary person to discover. Even a territory lord was no exception to this rule. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, there were numerous universe paradises and Universe Cave Heavens scattered around each great pass thanks to the innumerable human race masters who died in battle. It was a pity that nobody could open these universe paradises and Universe Cave Heavens. In the end, Yang Kai took matters into his own hands and opened these portals. His actions allowed various Great Passes, such as Blue Sky Pass and Inyang Pass, to set up traps and ambushes in these locations. It was thanks to this method that they massacred large numbers of Black Ink clansmen. At present, a Black Ink clan army was standing guard outside the Universe Cave Heaven. They had no intention of attacking, only forming a siege around the trapped humans inside to lure out hunters who came here to rescue them. The humans hiding in the Universe Cave Heaven did not dare to emerge carelessly. After all, there was no particularly strong master among their ranks. Now that they were besieged by the Black Ink clan, they could only wait for their deaths. Thus, they passed each day in fear and anxiety. If the location of the Universe Cave Heaven had not been exposed, then they would not have faced any trouble whatsoever. No matter how many Black Ink clansmen there were, the enemy would not be able to figure out the location of the Universe Cave Heaven if they were not proficient in the Tao of Space. Unfortunately, the location of the portal had been exposed, so it was now very easy for the Black Ink clan to attack them. They only needed enough Black Ink clansmen to unleash a fierce onslaught in the direction of the portal to shatter the void and force it open. There was no need for too many Black Ink clansmen. In fact, if 2 innate territory lords joined forces, it would only take them about half a day to forcefully break open the portal. At that time, none of the humans hiding within would survive. It was only because the Black Ink clan wanted to use these humans here as bait to lure out as many hunters as possible that those inside the Universe Cave Heaven hadn't been wiped out a long time ago. The Black Ink clan army was heavily guarding all 5 territory gates in Acacia territory at the moment. In addition, there were 6 territory lords doggedly chasing after Yang Kai and Feng Ying. For Yang Kai, there was only one place they could go to seek shelter under these circumstances. He knew about the location of this Universe Cave Heaven, as before departing for Acacia territory, he had already gathered all the necessary information regarding the situation here. However, he only knew the general position and not the exact location of the Universe Cave Heaven. That was not a problem, though, for he was a master of the Tao of Space. Besides, if his guess was right, there would be a Black Ink clan army standing guard outside the portal. He only needed to find the location of that Black Ink clan army to find the location of the portal. Right now, he could only hope that there were not many enemy troops stationed outside the Universe Cave Heaven. If the Black Ink clan had another army of 1,000,000 troops waiting there, he would be in trouble. Regardless, Yang Kai had no time to consider these matters. His greatest priority was figuring out a method to create some distance from their pursuers. He would need some time to open the portal when he arrived there, so if the territory lords chasing him were too close, he would not have enough time to work. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, an idea formed in Yang Kai's heart. He excelled at shaking off pursuers. Back when he caused such a huge commotion at the no-return pass, even a royal lord could not do anything to him. So what were a few innate territory lords worth? It was just that his injuries made manipulating space principles difficult. Otherwise, with only Feng Ying traveling with him, he could have flung off his pursuers a long time ago. A short while later, Yang Kai and Feng Ying abruptly split up and fled in 2 different directions. The 6 territory lords chasing behind them were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events before Mo Na-yi gave a low roar, split up, and chased them. The 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were heavily wounded, so Mo Na-yi refused to let a single one escape alive. Yu Gong suddenly noticed that the scene in front of him felt very familiar, and upon further consideration, he realized something. Isn't this the same situation I encountered when I was traveling with the 5 territory lords who came here as reinforcements? At the time, the 2 warships abruptly separated and escaped in different directions. The 5 territory lords responded by dividing their forces and giving chase. In the end, Yang Kai hid in the shadows and took the opportunity to ambush them. It's the same thing all over again. This must be part of that human schemes. after suffering a terrible loss earlier. Yu Gong was very wary of Yang Kai. Thus he immediately objected, "We must not split up. We will be defeated by that human one by one if we do so." Mo Na Yi glanced over at Yu Gong coldly, disdain overflowing from his eyes. How dare he question my decision at such a critical juncture? Split up and give chase. Protect your soul so that you don't end up being ambushed by him. Time was running out, so Mo Na Yi had no time to waste on Yu Gong, and simply repeated his orders with greater emphasis. Yang Kai's strength was terrifying indeed, but even he had his limits. As long as they took the necessary precautions, it would not be difficult to deal with him. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 6 territory lords divided into 2 groups. One group chased after Yang Kai, while the other pursued Feng Ying. Yu Gong stuck tightly to Mo Na Yi's side. Among all the territory lords present, Mo Na Yi was the strongest. If any unexpected situations were to occur, he was certain that staying by Mo Na Yi's side would be the safest option. How could Mo Na Yi fail to realize what Yu Gong was thinking? The very thought enraged him. Has Yu Gong been scared out of his wits? How is he also considered an innate territory lord? How embarrassing! However, now was not the time for internal squabbles. Their top priority was to eliminate the 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. As for Yu Gong, he would be sent back to the No-Return Pass to receive his punishment after this incident. Territory lords were also needed to oversee the Black Ink clan's new conquests, so with Yu Gong being heavily injured, it would be just right for him to be stuck with such a tedious mission. Observing the figure that flickered around from time to time in a frantic attempt to escape, Mo Na Yi's expression turned gloomy. How could he fail to see that Yang Kai was heavily injured? That might be the reason why Yang Kai could not completely escape their pursuit. After all, according to the information from the No-Return Pass, he was perfectly capable of escaping the pursuit of the royal lord. There was no reason why he would have such a hard time with the pursuit of mere territory lords. This time, we might have the chance to eliminate him once and for all. No, we must get rid of him now. If we miss this opportunity, then we will never have such a good opportunity again. Mo Na Yi made a swift decision and put more effort into chasing Yang Kai. 10 breaths later, both parties traveled several 100,000 kilometers when all of a sudden, Yang Kai's fleeing figure distorted and disappeared without any warning. This situation had already been repeated many times, so Mo Na Yi did not panic. He immediately released his divine sense and investigated his surroundings. It didn't take long before he found Yang Kai's whereabouts, but frowning, he turned to look in a certain direction and discovered that Yang Kai had joined up with that woman again. What the hell is he doing? If he wants to flee separately, then why did he meet back up with her? Unable to understand Yang Kai's intentions, he could only lead Yu Gong and the other territory lords in that direction. Mo Na Yi could not understand Yang Kai's intentions, but for Yang Kai, the truth was simply that he could not remain separated any longer. Feng Ying would be in danger if he did not return. He could make use of space principles which allowed him to swiftly escape, but Feng Ying could not. Her strength was inferior in the first place, and her speed could not compare with the 3 territory lords pursuing her. In just a few breaths of time, the distance between Feng Ying and the 3 territory lords chasing behind her was already at the limits. If Yang Kai did not return, she would have been in trouble by now. When Yang Kai returned to Feng Ying's side, he immediately surged his world force to wrap around her. Then he continued running forward with her. After running together for some time, they separated again. This time around, the 3 territory lords chasing behind them were dumbfounded. When Yang Kai and Feng Ying separated for the first time, the 6 territory lords had no trouble splitting up to give chase. However, there were only 3 of them here right now. How were they supposed to divide their forces? Faced with an opponent like Yang Kai who could cut down a territory lord as though he was reaping wheat, who would dare to act alone? Whoever dared to move alone was bound to die. They finally figured out Yang Kai's plan at this moment. Even Emo Na-yi, who was rushing over in a hurry, realized what Yang Kai was aiming for and shouted from afar, "Forget Yang Kai! Chase the woman!" There were two Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but while Yang Kai was difficult to handle, could the same be said for the human woman? They only needed to keep a close watch on the woman. After all, Yang Kai would never choose to escape alone. As long as they caught up to her, then she was as good as dead. The three territory lords stopped hesitating and immediately chased after Feng Ying. Meanwhile, Emo Na-yi changed directions and went after Yang Kai instead. A short while later, Yang Kai joined up with Feng Ying again and desperately escaped with her, but it was not long before they went their separate ways once more. Paltry tricks! Emo Na-yi coldly snorted. He firmly believed that Yang Kai was doing this in an attempt to separate them. Under these circumstances, there was no need to bother about Yang Kai, though. It was enough for them to just pursue the woman. Yang Kai must be out of tricks. How can he keep repeating such obvious and childish tactics? It's not like I'm a fool. How could I fail to notice what he was up to? The same situation repeated a few more times. Be that as it may, the two groups of territory lords maintained their targets without wavering. One group of three chased after Feng Ying while the other chased after Yang Kai. An hour later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned to look back at his pursuers after repeatedly separating from and meeting back up with Feng Ying over a dozen times. Is he not escaping anymore? He must be unable to run any further. The territory lords were overjoyed. If they had to be honest, it was extremely exhausting for them to chase after somebody like Yang Kai, who was so excellent at escaping. The most important point was that they couldn't even catch him, which was an extremely annoying and vexing situation. However, Yang Kai was no longer trying to run. What did that mean? That meant that he no longer had the strength to flee and was preparing to fight to the death. Were the territory lords afraid of him? If they were alone, then they had to admit that they were scared of him. After all, it only took a moment for Yang Kai to slaughter a territory lord. His explosive power was terrifying. But now, there were 6 territory lords in 2 groups of 3. What was there to fear? As long as they guarded their souls carefully, then Yang Kai was no match for them whatsoever. Compared to the endless cat-and-mouse chase, they preferred to fight Yang Kai face to face. The distance between both parties closed swiftly, but be that as it may, Emo Na-yi did not relax his vigilance. While gathering his power, he sent a divine sense transmission to the other territory lords. Remain cautious. We should attack in unison. It would be best if we could kill him in one blow. The rest of the territory lords nodded in agreement and quietly prepared themselves. In the void up ahead, Yang Kai looked at the 2 groups of territory lords approaching him from both sides and snickered. See you later. After saying that, the space around him warped. Is he running again? Furious, Emo Na-yi roared, "Attack!" 6 mighty attacks blasted towards Yang Kai from 2 different directions. Black Ink's strength surged as it reached its target, erupting with a violent explosion. Without waiting for the dust to settle, Emo Na-yi spread out his divine sense and investigated the surroundings, but found nothing at all. He had previously been able to locate the other party's whereabouts almost immediately after Yang Kai escaped, but this time there was no trace of him or his female companion at all. Emo Na-yi looked up again and saw that the void in the direction they had attacked had collapsed. The destructive power of the joint strike of 6 territory lords was overwhelming. Even a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not choose to take such an attack directly. It was not that an old ancestor could not withstand such a blow, but that they did not need to do such things. As for an 8th Order human, this impact was more than enough to destroy their body. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-48. Hunters. Is he dead? Yu Gong murmured under his breath in disbelief. Yong Kai and that woman had completely vanished without a trace. Even expanding his divine sense to its limits, he could not sense the slightest trace of aura from them. Did that powerful Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who killed 4 out of 5 territory lords in less than a cup of tea's time, die just like that? Is he really dead? Was he blown apart to the point where not a single bone remained? That can't be right. He suddenly realized something. The death of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was bound to cause a large disturbance. Having killed countless human race masters on the battlefield, Yu Gong knew that upon death, the small universe of an Open Heaven Realm Master violently ruptured more often than not, and the greater their strength, the greater the commotion caused by this explosion. Even if their small universe did not rupture, though, it would still appear briefly before burrowing into the void and becoming a universe paradise or a universe cave heaven. It was true that Yong Kai and the woman had vanished without a trace, but there were no accompanying signs to indicate their deaths. Even Yu Gong had figured out this point, so naturally the others had their doubts as well. Mo Na Ye's expression was extremely solemn. His divine sense spread out like a tidal wave, constantly exploring into the distance, yet he still failed to detect Yong Kai's whereabouts. There were only 2 possibilities that could explain this situation. The first possibility was that Yong Kai was dead, but that was extremely unlikely. The second possibility was that Yong Kai was outside his detection range. One of the territory lords stepped forward to examine the scene, and it didn't take long before he shook his head and announced, "There are no signs of blood. He probably survived." At this moment, Mo Na Ye sensed something. Turning his head to look in a certain direction, he cursed vehemently, "Bastard." He finally discovered some unusual spatial fluctuations that were very familiar to him at an extremely distant point. They were the traces left behind whenever Yong Kai activated space principles. How did he teleport that far? He simply could not understand. Having seen the way Yong Kai escaped earlier, Mo Na Ye could tell that Yong Kai was heavily wounded. The distance Yong Kai's figure could teleport had also been quite limited all this time. However, now, Yong Kai had managed to flee to a place that was beyond his detection range in a single leap. That was why he failed to detect the other party's whereabouts immediately. He's heading towards that universe cave heaven again. After him, Mo Na Ye was livid, rallying the other territory lords. He sped in the direction where the universe cave heaven was located. At the same time, he sent a message to the Black Ink clan army and ordered them to form a heavy guard around the portal. No matter what, he could not allow Yong Kai to enter that universe cave heaven. At this moment, Yong Kai was urging his power to wrap around Feng Ying while fleeing desperately. He even coughed up blood from time to time. His injuries were severe in the first place, and after the latest battle of wits, his wounds had only worsened. It was lucky that he managed to escape the pursuit of the 6 territory lords with the help of a space beacon. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble by now. Mo Na Ye had wrongly assumed that Yong Kai was trying to divide the territory lords by repeatedly separating and meeting back with Feng Ying. The truth was far from that. After suffering the previous losses, how could the territory lords dare to act alone so easily? Yong Kai was simply heading off to secretly place space beacons. The tiny space beacons were very difficult to detect unless one was carefully searching for them. Back at the no-return pass, Yong Kai had used a space beacon to escape the pursuit of the royal lord and even wheel around to attack again. His actions had thrown the entire no-return pass into a fog of gloom. He had used the same trick today and successfully escaped from the 6 territory lords pursuing them. Nevertheless, time was short as territory lords had great speed. If Yong Kai failed to enter the universe cave heaven before the 6 territory lords caught up again, the situation would become dire. At the moment, He might not have the strength to kill a territory lord, even if they met alone. If he disregarded the consequences and used a fourth soul-rending thorn, he might stand a chance. However, the greater likelihood was that he would become delirious. He could not take such a huge risk. Therefore, he had to enter the universe cave heaven to recuperate as soon as possible. As to whether or not he could successfully enter the universe cave heaven, Yang Kai himself was not confident. After all, he did not know how many troops the Black Ink clan had stationed there. He could only hope that there were not too many. An hour passed, and from a distance, Yang Kai saw a Black Ink clan army forming a tight blockade around a certain spot in the void. Moreover, the auras of numerous feudal lords flared majestically. It's here they had finally arrived at the location of the universe cave heaven in Acacia territory. What gave Yang Kai a sense of relief was that not too many Black Ink clan troops had been deployed here, only 100,000 or so. Although there were many feudal lords, it was still a far cry from the million-strong force posted at the 5 territory gates. In truth, Yang Kai had already guessed that not many Black Ink clan soldiers would be stationed here. The Black Ink clan wanted to use the trapped human refugees here as bait to lure out as many hunters as possible, so they had put on a good show. If there were too many troops stationed here, then the hunters would not take the bait. 100,000 troops was neither too many nor too few, be that as it may. It was enough to build a solid defense around the universe cave heaven, yet still tempting enough for the courageous and daredevil hunters to risk the danger. Unbeknownst to Yang Kai, if news of his departure from profound nether territory had not spread, then only 600,000 Black Ink clan troops would have been stationed across the entire Acacia territory. The initial deployment was 100,000 troops at the universe cave heaven and another 100,000 at each of the 5 territory gates. It was Mo Na Yi who immediately mobilized all the available troops from the surrounding great territories after hearing that Yang Kai might come to Acacia territory. That was the reason why there were armies of at least 1 million standing guard at the territory gates. The individual strengths of the Black Ink clansmen here varied greatly, but most of them were nothing more than cannon fodder. If not for their overwhelming numbers, it would be impossible for them to stop the advance of a vicious fiend like Yang Kai. Furthermore, Mo Na Yi made sufficient preparations. Not only did he mobilize the nearby armies to increase his available forces, but he also requested the support of 5 additional territory lords, including Yugong. It was a pity he failed to predict that Yugong and the others would have such poor luck. All the reinforcing territory lords besides Yugong were killed almost as soon as they arrived in Acacia territory, and Yugong was now essentially traumatized by the enemy. The Black Ink clan army of 100,000 had received the message from Mo Na Yi in advance, so they knew that 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were coming to attack. As a result, the feudal lords in the lead were extremely nervous. If not for fear of being held responsible for this incident, they would have fled by now. At this moment, Yang Kai and Feng Ying were charging forward with a ferocious momentum. So how could the Black Ink clan fail to notice them? Fortunately, there were only 2 of them. They might not be worthy opponents, but Mo Na Yi had ordered them to keep the enemy busy at all costs. 6 territory lords would arrive soon. An army of 100,000 trying to hold back 2 heavily injured Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters should not be an issue. Probably, without waiting for Yang Kai and Feng Ying to approach, one of the feudal lords in the lead gave a loud shout. "The humans are coming! Stop them!" The words had just left his mouth when the 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the distance suddenly appeared right in front of him. The man covered in bloodstains reached out a hand and grabbed him. Before he could react, he felt the world spinning around him and his vision turning upside down. Yang Kai held up the feudal lord's head and tossed it aside with a cold snort. It was bad enough that he was being chased by 6 territory lords, but How dare a mere feudal lord challenge him? Who else was he supposed to slaughter, if not that particular feudal lord? Beside Yong Kai, Feng summoned her divine manifestation as 10,000 sword waves gathered and transformed into the myriad swords dragon. Unleashing her power in all directions, she massacred countless black ink clansmen in an instant. While she might be inferior to an innate territory lord, an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have no problem dealing with these black ink clansmen that were no stronger than feudal lords. A portal to Yong Kai's small universe appeared behind him, and the 3 warships he sheltered inside sailed out grandly. "Kill!" Shin Ao yelled from where he stood on the battered dawning light, following a slash of his sword. Blood Crow and the others attacked in unison. The other 2 warships had already received instructions from Yong Kai in advance and split up and moved in 2 different directions, decimating the Black Ink clansmen and preventing any chance of them coordinating their response. Since the Black Ink clan army was stationed here, then the portal to the Universe Cave Heaven must be located somewhere nearby. As for the exact location, Yong Kai would need some time to search. After all, he had never been here before. The 3 warships contained nearly 30 7th Order level masters. Combined with Feng Ying, they surrounded Yong Kai and massacred all the enemies within range. The Black Ink clan army were mowed down like wheat in a field, and even the feudal lords were rapidly being called. The sudden outbreak of battle stunned the numerous figures who were hidden in the void. These people were the hunters who had been lured over. They formed groups of around 5 people each, with the largest being 10 people in total. The Black Ink clan's plan was very successful. When they actively leaked the news about the trapped humans in Acacia territory, many hunters from the nearby Great Territories snuck in hopes of rescuing their trapped compatriots. Before Yong Kai's arrival, many battles had already erupted across Acacia territory. Leaving aside others, even Yang Zhao's squad had encountered several Black Ink clan patrols. They had killed numerous enemies and even rescued a few hunters whose whereabouts had been exposed. Despite these losses, Mo Na Yi and the other territory lords had remained in hiding, causing the hunters to mistakenly assume that there were no Black Ink clan masters in Acacia territory. Hence, they quickly gathered around the vicinity of the Universe Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, a Black Ink clan army of 100,000 was quite a large force, too much for a few lone hunters to oppose, so they had been trying to make contact with those hiding in the Universe Cave Heaven. If they could coordinate a joint attack with the humans inside the Universe Cave Heaven, they might be able to destroy the blockade and seek a way out. Unfortunately, their efforts had shown no progress after so long. Not daring to act recklessly, these hunters had remained in hiding and waited for an opportunity. In the end, they managed to wait until Yong Kai arrived. As soon as the battle broke out, the black blood flowed like rivers. The hunters hidden in the shadows were surprised and excited by this sudden development. What surprised them was that somebody had dared to charge into battle against the Black Ink clan army of 100,000. On the other hand, what excited them was that the power emanating from the attacking party was very high. This kind of strength could only be shown by an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. For a time, various messages spread across the void. Most of the hunters were in contact with each other already, but they had not gathered together out of fear that they might be completely wiped out by the Black Ink clan. If they were scattered around, the risk of annihilation was lowered. It would not matter too much if one of their parties were found by the enemy, as the others could take that opportunity to ambush their enemies and provide support. What's going on? Why did a battle break out without any warning? Did you detect the energy fluctuations of an Eighth Order Master? There is indeed an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master there. A division commander must have come forward. The news about what happened here must have spread to the outside. I knew the Supreme Headquarters would not ignore the situation in Acacia territory. They must have sent some experts to rescue them. Could this be part of the Black Ink Clan schemes? It's strange that there are trapped humans in Acacia territory. If this is all a big conspiracy, then they must be tempting us to reveal ourselves. Bullshit. What schemes are you talking about? Even an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master has made an appearance. How can you claim that it's a conspiracy? Don't tell me you're insinuating that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master is a Black Ink disciple. It's not impossible. The Black Ink Clan has one remaining Royal Lord. The Royal Lord secret technique is not something an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master can resist. They are people from the Star Boundary. I saw Yang Xiao and the others. Do you see that white dragon? That's Yang Xiao. He is part of the Dragon Clan, one of the hunters who was previously rescued by Yang Xiao, and the others sent the voice transmission. The High Heaven Palace squad, is it really them? In that case, there's no problem. The hunters were not completely isolated from each other, and many even kept in contact. And among them, the High Heaven Palace squad was quite famous. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5549, A Turtle Hiding in Its Shell? The Star Boundary was currently the most important stronghold of the entire human race. Likewise, High Heaven Palace was also very well known. Yang Xiao and the others who came from High Heaven Palace were extremely strong, so they were naturally famous among the hunters. Not to mention, quite a lot of the hunters hiding in the shadows here had been rescued by the High Heaven Palace squad in the past. After realizing that the attacking party was none other than the High Heaven Palace squad, the hidden hunters no longer hesitated. Everyone, when else will we fight, if not now? One of the hunter squads leapt out impatiently. It was hard to tell which great force the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the lead came from, but he gave a loud shout and rushed ahead with his companions, evidently planning to help out in the battle. It was certainly impossible for stray soldiers like themselves to contend against the Black Ink Clan army of 100,000. However, the current situation was different. 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were taking the lead, and 3 extremely powerful squads were with them. If they stepped forward at this time, they would be just in time to help. They had been waiting for so many days just for the sake of an opportunity like this, after all. Kill. With someone taking the lead, others quickly followed. In an instant, numerous hunter squads revealed themselves from the shadows. Some raised their arms above their heads and shouted with great fighting spirit. Some remained silent, but their murderous intent blazed around them. What a bunch of fools! One of the other hunters lamented. Why are they making such a racket? Isn't it better for us to sneak up and catch the enemy by surprise? This person was clearly used to acting stealthily. Thus, he was very annoyed by the actions of the other squads who revealed their whereabouts. Despite his complaints, he also rushed forward with the rest of them. There was no helping it. Everybody had already revealed themselves, so there was no point if he alone remained hidden. Out of the Black Ink Clan army of 100,000, more than 10% of them died in just 10 breaths of time. Leaving aside an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Feng Ying, the other 3 squads were also filled with talented people, and there was no lack of Seventh Order level masters among them. On the other hand, there were no territory lords in this Black Ink Clan army. The feudal lords were their strongest masters here. So faced with so many human powerhouses, they could only wait to be slaughtered despite having the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. It was important to note that this situation was playing out under the premise that everybody was already injured. If they were at their peak strength, then they would have butchered the Black Ink clansmen even faster. Yang Kai did not make a move as he had to find the location of the portal to the Universe Cave Heaven as soon as possible and open it. Only then could he enter the Universe Cave Heaven to recuperate from his injuries. The energy in the surroundings was extremely chaotic, which made it slightly harder for him to search for the portal. Fortunately, his attainments in the Tao of Space were extraordinary, so it was not difficult for him to find what he was looking for as long as he concentrated. A short while later, Yang Kai figured out the general location of the portal. The next steps were simple, as he only needed to manipulate space principles to force open the gateway. Having done similar actions many times in the past, this was not difficult for Yang Kai. Before he could open the portal, though, he suddenly perceived something and turned to look around. Streams of light were rushing over from all directions. Some of them were yelling loudly, while others were unleashing fierce, murderous intent. Hunters? He quickly figured out their identity. These hunters had been hiding in the shadows, but seeing the battle break out, they immediately revealed themselves. It was clear that they were here to help. Moreover, their numbers were not low. There were at least 1,000 of them altogether. With so many people whose strengths were fairly impressive, they were enough to form a battalion on their own. They had chosen not to enter the formal army, refusing to fight the Black Ink clan on the dozen or so frontline great territories. This was not due to their fear of death, though. If they feared death, they would not have chosen to become hunters. The dangers that hunters faced were no less than the dangers of fighting on the front lines. In fact, fighting on the front lines was not very dangerous as long as the army did not collapse. On the other hand, hunters were bound to die if they accidentally encountered a large Black Ink clan army or a territory lord. It was just that everybody had their own way of living. Some preferred a life of excitement. Some were not suitable for large-scale military operations, and some believed that hunters had higher chances of obtaining more resources to increase their strength. There were many different reasons for their choices, but regardless of their motives or methods, they were fighting the Black Ink clan and contributing to the future of the human race. At this moment, these hunters leapt out from the shadows just when Yang Kai and Feng Ying were leading their 3 squads against the enemy. It could be said that their arrival was extremely timely. A short while later, the hunters who rushed out from all directions joined the battle. The situation of the Black Ink clan army became worse and worse as a result, and the 100,000 troops reduced in numbers at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai ignored the massacre around him. At this moment, he was manipulating space principles to forcibly open the portal of the universe cave heaven. Thanks to his efforts, a spinning vortex gradually appeared in the void. The vague aura of another world wafted from within. The vortex seemed slightly turbulent when it first appeared. However, it did not take long for it to stabilize completely. Yang Xiao, enter. Yang Kai shouted. Yes. Yang Xiao, who was killing an enemy, quickly agreed before he rushed into the portal. At the same time, the trapped humans inside the universe cave heaven were staring at the vortex that was gradually emerging in the void with solemn expressions. The portal was being forced open. For them, that was extremely bad news. The reason they were safe and sound was that the portal to the universe cave heaven had remained closed all this time. They had a chance of survival if they remained hidden inside the universe cave heaven, but the Black Ink clan would surely pour into the universe cave heaven now that the portal was forcibly opened. How many of them would survive if that were to happen? With several squads in the lead, warships floated in the air. Meanwhile, Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood at the ready and communicated with each other through their divine senses. Regardless of the circumstances, if the portal was forcibly opened, then their only option was to fight. Soon, there were faint traces of somebody trying to enter the portal, so they immediately gathered their strength to teach him a harsh lesson as soon as they appeared. In the next moment, a voice came from the outside and entered the universe cave heaven. I am Yang Kai of the Star Boundary. Please do not panic. The striking voice reverberated throughout the universe cave heaven. Hearing those words stunned many of the humans gathering their strength, and then they became overjoyed. That was especially true for those standing on the warships, as they all looked pleasantly surprised. Yang Kai was here. No wonder the portal was being forcibly opened. They initially thought that it was the work of the Black Ink clan, but it turned out to be the work of Yang Kai. Out of the 10,000 humans hidden here, most of them had heard of Yang Kai's name. Nevertheless, only those on the warships had a deeper understanding of his strength. That was because they were warriors who had come from the Black Ink battlefield. These squads were responsible for gathering and evacuating the humans in Acacia territory. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and failed to leave in time several decades ago. With no other choice, they could only remain hidden inside this universe cave heaven. Yang Kai was highly proficient in the Tao of Space, which was not a secret, on the Black Ink battlefield. He once opened countless universe cave heavens and universe paradises scattered outside Blue Sky Pass, Enyang Pass, and Myriad Demons Pass, allowing a large number of traps and ambushes to be set inside that killed many Black Ink clansmen. If it was truly Yang Kai, then it was not strange for him to be capable of forcing open the portal here. In the next moment, Yang Xiao rushed out of the vortex in bloodied white clothes. He did not know that a Yang Kai had already sent a voice transmission through, so he hurriedly shouted as soon as he appeared, "I am Yang Xiao of the Star Boundary. I am not part of the Black Ink clan. Everyone, please do not attack." It was not hard to guess the thoughts of those hiding inside the universe cave heaven, which was why he immediately revealed his identity as soon as he entered. It was to prevent himself from being mistaken for a Black Ink clansman, and then being bombarded from all sides. Even if he was part of the Dragon Clan, he would not get away unscathed if he was attacked by a massive, desperate mob. After revealing his identity, he immediately activated his power to protect himself. In fact, he would have revealed his dragon form if not for the fear that he might cause further unnecessary misunderstandings. Looking around, he saw a large group of people staring at him from all directions. He even sensed the energy fluctuations coming from those who had gathered their world force, and his heart pounded in anxiety. Still, he quickly composed himself and cupped his fist. Star Boundary's Yang Xiao greets fellow brothers and sisters. He couldn't help feeling a sense of lingering fear. Thank goodness for my quick-wittedness. If I had not introduced myself immediately, I would have been beaten to a pulp by now. How can adoptive father do this to me? How can he ask me to carry out such a dangerous task? Doesn't he cherish me? One of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters came forward and cupped his fist. Red Sun Army's Li Ziyu greets fellow Taoist brother. What is the current situation outside? Li Ziyu of the Red Sun Army was also a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although Yang Xiao looked young, they were both Seventh Order level masters, so it was not wrong for him to address the latter as fellow Taoist brother. Yang Xiao hastily answered, "My adoptive father was ordered to come and rescue all of you. The Black Ink clan army is currently laying siege outside the universe cave heaven, and adoptive father is confronting the enemy." Li Ziyu was very doubtful, but that could not be helped. After all, Yang Xiao was covered in blood. Not only were his injuries severe, but it was also evident that he had gone through a tough battle as his aura was fluctuating a bit unstably. Be that as it may, Li Ziyu raised his arms above his head and shouted, "Everyone, reinforcements have arrived to rescue us. Follow me onto the battlefield." 10,000 people immediately cheered in excitement. They had been trapped in here for several decades now, with the Black Ink clan army laying siege outside. They did not dare to leave arbitrarily. However, they knew they were not safe despite hiding inside this universe cave heaven. If the Black Ink clan forcefully shook the nearby void, there was a chance that they might discover the portal and the people hiding within. As a result, these people had been living in dread and anxiety over the past few decades. It was only natural for them to be overjoyed upon hearing that rescue had arrived. When Li Ziyu raised his arms above his head and shouted, he immediately received an overwhelming response. Wait, wait. Yang Xiao hurriedly stopped them. Adoptive father is planning to enter soon. Please don't be so impatient. Li Ziyu immediately objected. They can't come in. If they come in, then we'll all become turtles hiding in our shells. While Brother Yang is fighting the enemy outside, we should take this opportunity to rush out and support him. That's the only method to escape being trapped inside here. Having been stuck in here for several dozen years, they knew the pain of being trapped inside such a small place. That was why it was not a wise move for Yang Kai to enter the universe cave heaven. On the contrary, that would be equivalent to binding his hands and feet. It was easy enough to enter, but extremely difficult to leave. Yang Xiao sighed. How could he not know something as simple as that? But the situation is complicated. Territory lords are pursuing us. In addition, adoptive father and the others are severely injured. They need to come inside and recuperate first. Territory lords. Li Ziyu's expression changed slightly. After the crusade, all the territory lords at the time were slaughtered, so the current territory lords were all innate territory lords who came directly from the primordial heavens source grand restriction, each one of them possessing extremely high strength. If Yang Kai was being chased by territory lords, then he probably came here to escape danger. During their conversation, a constant stream of people rushed in through the vortex. As many as several dozen people emerged in the blink of an eye. Yang Xiao looked over, but did not recognize any of them, figuring they were the hunters who had appeared out of nowhere earlier. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5550, Inside the Portal Corridor. Some of the hunters were acquainted with Yang Xiao, so they enthusiastically exchanged greetings. Yang Xiao responded with a smile. Meanwhile, Li Ziyu and the others beside him turned ashen. They initially thought that Yang Kai's arrival would allow them to escape this place. However, it turned out that Yang Kai was being hunted by territory lords. Where could they escape? Not only were they doomed, but even Yang Kai and the others were doomed. For a time, they couldn't help feeling heartbroken. Inside the universe cave heaven, Li Ziyu and the others were gloomy and depressed. Yang Xiao seemed rather carefree and nonchalant. In contrast, as the hunters poured through the portal, he greeted those he knew and made arrangements for the hunters to wait by the side. The number of hunters who came forward to provide support was not low. There were at least 1,000 of them. Although the portal was open, it would take some time for all of them to pass through it. Outside the portal, Yang Kai wielded space principles to maintain the operation of the portal, while he killed some stray enemies from time to time. He was secretly rejoicing over the fact that he had built up such a large amount of buffer time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with these hunters who appeared out of nowhere. They only came to help after all, so it was inappropriate for him to rush into the portal by himself and ignore them. He had to make sure that they enter before him. The 6 territory lords were not here yet, but they were bound to arrive soon, as he could already vaguely sense their powerful undulations approaching. The entire Black Ink clan army of 100,000 had basically been decimated at this point. With enough time, the human race masters here could have wiped out the Black Ink clan army entirely. Unfortunately, it would seem that they had run out of time. One after another, the hunters rushed into the portal and vanished out of sight. It did not take long before all of them were gone. From a distance, Yang Kai vaguely saw the figures of the 6 territory lords, their arrival just a moment too late. Everyone inside, Yang Kai yelled. As soon as the words left his mouth, the group of little ones from the star boundary quickly plunged into the portal without hesitation. Once they were gone, Dawn's squad finally began to make their retreat while Yu Meng and the others brought up the rear. Before Yu Meng and the others finished entering the universe cave heaven, Mo Na Ye's furious voice burst out from the turbulent black ink cloud in the distance. "Stop them!" His words were directed at the remnant black ink clan army, of which less than 30,000 troops remained of the original 100,000. The Black Ink clan army had suffered heavy casualties during that brief massacre, and the surviving troops were terribly frightened. The space surrounding Yongkai was also notably empty, as nobody dared to approach within 100,000 kilometers of where he stood. Nevertheless, with Mo Na Yu's order, they had no choice but to charge towards Yongkai despite the crippling fear in their hearts. Yongkai coldly snorted as the space around him shattered like a mirror, causing innumerable tiny void cracks to spread out into the surroundings. The Black Ink clansmen rushing towards him were all sliced to pieces before they could even approach, with only a few feudal lords being lucky enough to survive. Be that as it may, it seemed that he was really an arrow at the end of its flight. When he unleashed the Shattered Void Mirror secret technique, the portal also showed signs of instability. Courting death, Mo Na Yi was filled with a mixture of rage and joy. He was furious that territory lords like themselves were being toyed around with by Yongkai. On the other hand, he was overjoyed because Yongkai truly seemed to be on his last legs. When the words left his mouth, Mo Na Yi raised his hand from a distance and slammed his palm towards Yongkai. The power of an innate territory lord swept out in all directions, and the shockwave was enough to destroy all the void cracks around Yongkai. Yongkai's expression became gloomy. Not daring to be neglectful, he responded by raising his hand and throwing his palm out as well. A violent burst of energy erupted, causing Yongkai's figure to sway unsteadily. He coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, and his complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Likewise, Mo Na Ye's figure was forced backwards slightly, which astonished him greatly. The fact that Yongkai could still be so ferocious even with such severe injuries was nothing less than shocking. No wonder he managed to kill so many territory lords. His strength truly isn't ordinary. This was the first time he confronted Yongkai directly, and although it was only an exchange of blows from across a vast distance, he could grasp the depths of Yongkai's true strength. This person is too terrifying. If we fail to kill him here, there is no saying how many other territory lords will die by his hands in the future. Near the portal, Yu Meng's squad, which had been bringing up the rear, had almost finished evacuating. The last to leave was Yu Meng herself. When she saw that the 6 territory lords were about to reach them, she shouted anxiously, "Husband, let's go!" Yongkai nodded and gave Mo Na Yi a vicious look. The look in his eyes was cold, almost as though he wanted to memorize the other party's appearance. Only then did he slip into the portal. Following his entry, the open portal slowly began to close. Mo Na Yi roared, "After him!" The look Yongkai gave him just now frightened him. Thus he became even more determined to kill him. Seeing that the portal was about to close, though, he couldn't help becoming anxious. Mo Na Yi could sense that Yongkai was an arrow at the end of its flight. After all, a person couldn't remain at their peak after killing so many territory lords in quick succession. No amount of strength could hold out after such energy-consuming feats. This was their best chance to kill Yongkai. If he allowed him to escape into the universe cave heaven and recuperate, then killing him would undoubtedly become very difficult. No matter what, they couldn't give him a chance to heal himself. If not for the exchange of blows with Yongkai earlier that had delayed his pace slightly, Mo Na Yi would have been the first to charge into the portal. Unfortunately, the brief delay caused by Yongkai's counterattack had allowed the other 5 territory lords to rush ahead of him. After hearing Mo Na Ye's roar, the 3 leading territory lords plunged into the portal without any hesitation. In the next moment, The portal that had been closing slowly abruptly slammed shut and vanished without a trace. The two territory lords following closely behind simply passed through the empty void. The situation made Naye's heart clench up tight. Damn it, we've been tricked again. It turned out that the portal could have immediately been closed. However, Yang Kai made a show of closing the portal slowly to entice the territory lords into believing that they could take advantage of the situation. This clearly revealed the other party's intentions. He still has the strength to scheme against us at a time like this. Naye was filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yang Kai stood inside the portal corridor and cursed vehemently. Why are there 3 territory lords here? He had only planned to lure one of the territory lords inside, but 3 had managed to plunge in together. This situation was difficult because his current condition was extremely poor. Although he could deal with 1 territory lord, dealing with 3 was impossible. In the next moment, Yang Kai kicked one of the territory lords with a ferocious roar. Space principles fluctuated wildly in response. Get out! Outside the portal, the 2 territory lords who passed through the empty void quickly came back to their senses. Among them, Yugong had a frightened expression on his face. He was secretly glad that he had been injured previously, which slowed his speed slightly. If he had been at the front, then he would have been the one to rush into the portal instead. Thinking back to the tragic deaths of his 4 companions from before, he couldn't help shuddering in fear. At that moment, the portal that had been closed opened up once more, and a figure flew out with a muffled grunt of pain. The open portal slammed shut again in the next instant. Everything happened so quickly that nobody could react in time. Naye was stunned. The territory lord clutched at his chest with a furious expression. I was kicked out by him. Naye's expression became extremely hideous at those words. 3 territory lords had plunged into the portal, but one of them was kicked out by Yang Kai. What did that say about the situation? Yang Kai's actions confirmed that he was indeed a lamp running out of oil. He was no longer confident about dealing with 3 territory lords at once, so he could only retain 2 of them. It might be that he couldn't even handle 2 territory lords at once. Break the void and open the portal by force. Naye gave a low roar. It was not that they could not open the portal to the universe cave heaven before now. Rather, they simply didn't, since they were planning to use the human refugees trapped within as bait. However, they could no longer delay opening the portal at this moment. If they missed this golden opportunity, they would never receive a better one again. Naye was the first to take action as he slammed his strength into the position where the portal appeared just now. The other 3 territory lords did not dare to hold back and quickly joined Naye, and for a time, the void shuddered and twisted under the immense force. As territory lords, it was easy for them to shatter space. Be that as it may, even it would take some time and effort to force open a portal that was buried so deep within the void, and it was not like the portal would simply emerge just because the surrounding void had been shattered. That would take even more effort to achieve. Naye did not know how long it would take for them to force the portal open, but he was determined to kill Yang Kai here. With 4 territory lords attacking with such ferocity, their power was extremely terrifying. The portal corridor and the void turbulence had been stirred up as a result, causing the originally stable tunnel to warp and distort fiercely. Yang Kai was limping painfully. At this moment, he was an absolute mess. It was true that he had kicked one of the territory lords out of the portal, but the other party's last-moment counterattack had also broken one of his leg bones in the process. He could not perceive the situation outside the portal, but the effects inside the corridor were as clear as day. Suppressing his pain, he manipulated space principles to calm the void turbulence in his surroundings. Despite his miserable condition, Yang Kai was still able to control his surroundings so that he remained as motionless as a mountain. The 2 territory lords nearby were not nearly as lucky. Currently, they felt as though their bodies were being torn apart by the void turbulence, losing almost any ability to stabilize themselves. After seeing Yang Kai's pathetic condition, they had planned to charge at him and quickly finish him off. Unfortunately, the actions of Mo Na Yi and the others from the outside left them in an awkward situation. The impact from countless void turbulence caused their bodies to tremble violently. It felt as though they were trapped in a quagmire and continuously sinking into the abyss. The more they struggled, the more unbearable they felt. Under such circumstances, it was an amazing feat just to keep themselves safe. So, where would they find the extra strength to attack Yang Kai? Mo Na Yi, you idiot! The two territory lords cursed in their hearts. On the other hand, Yang Kai laughed wildly. The territory lords outside are such good people. He felt a twinge of regret about kicking out the third territory lord now. If he had known things would develop into this situation earlier, he would have kept him here too. Nevertheless, he knew that he would be in great danger if he had kept the other party here. There was no denying that his current condition was simply too poor to take such risks. He could figure out a way to deal with two territory lords, but he probably wouldn't even have the chance to make a move against three of them. The disturbance in the portal corridor was getting stronger and stronger as the territory lords outside were probably increasing the intensity of their attacks. Mo Na Yi and the others could not be blamed for their actions. There was no denying that innate territory lords were immensely powerful, but they were completely ignorant about the Tao of space. Even if they were familiar with passing through territory gates, from their perspective, they would simply enter from one side and exit on the other, not understanding any of the mysteries behind the workings of the void corridor itself. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space and constantly traveled across the void, could not be more familiar with this kind of environment. Inside the portal corridor, the two territory lords had to exert all their efforts to keep themselves from being swallowed by the void turbulence, with no spare strength to deal with anything else. Yang Kai abruptly made a bold move. It didn't matter that one of his legs was crippled because he had the Azure Dragon Spear. Summoning the spear, he formed an overwhelming number of spear shadows that rained down on one of the territory lords. The power behind his attack was extremely violent and brutal. The territory lord gave a loud roar and tried his best to fight back, but blood just gushed out from his entire body after being stabbed repeatedly by Yang Kai. When the other territory lord saw what was happening, he did not dare to hesitate and immediately stepped forward to help. For a time, the aftermath of the battle spread out across the entire portal corridor. The void turbulence became increasingly violent and unpredictable as a result. All of a sudden, Yang Kai quickly retreated. Spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, he glared furiously at the two territory lords. He had never fought in such a place before, so he was shocked to discover that the portal corridor was showing signs of instability after just one exchange of blows with the enemy. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-51. Another kill. If the portal corridor were to break apart, Yang Kai would not be the only one doomed to die. All the people hiding inside the universe cave heaven would face the same fate. Therefore, he had to stabilize this void corridor through any means possible. He could not afford to continue fighting here any longer, so he had to finish this battle as soon as possible. However, there were two territory lords, and in his current state, it would not be easy for him to deal with them unless he resorted to his soul-rending thorns once more. Will I be able to bear the burden? Yang Kai took a moment to check the condition of his soul. Half a day ago, he had consecutively unleashed 3 soul-rending thorns, so his soul had been severely damaged. Fortunately, he did not face any major issues thanks to the protection and nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. The condition of his torn soul had also somewhat stabilized, but he did not know whether he could afford to use the soul-rendering thorns again. If he could bear the burden, Then the situation would turn around for him. He only needed to slaughter one of the territory lords as quickly as possible. Then he could slowly figure out something in regard to the last one. However, if he could not bear the burden, he did not know what he might do in a state when he fell into a state of delirium. At this moment, using another soul-rending thorn would not count as him using this secret technique 4 times in a row, because there was a buffer period between the first 3 uses, but the difference was not great. As expected, I'm still too weak. If only my soul were strong enough. 2 territory lords would have been nothing. I could simply hit each of them with a soul-rending thorn, then lop off their heads. While Yang Kai was hesitating, the 2 territory lords began attacking him. They could clearly see his distress. Moreover, the turmoil in the portal corridor was becoming more and more obvious to them. If they attacked him at this time, they could cause further damage to this space, even if they could not kill him. They were hoping that they could escape this place by shattering the portal corridor. The void turbulence was becoming more and more ferocious, so when the 2 territory lords made their decision, they released furious roars in unison, activating their strength. They threw themselves at Yang Kai from both sides. Whatever. Let's just go for it. Yang Kai steeled himself. There was nothing in this world that was absolute. More importantly, nothing would change if he didn't take a little risk. In any case, he was currently much stronger than when he first left the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. The repeated tearing and repairing of his soul had also been beneficial to it. There was no denying that his soul had gotten much stronger than before. Besides, there was a buffer period of half a day, so he should be fine even if he unleashed a 4th soul-rending thorn today. With such thoughts in mind, Yang Kai looked at the 2 territory lords charging unsteadily towards him and instead of retreating, raised a spear and went forward to meet them head-on. A golden cross appeared in his left eye, and under the urging of the demon eye of annihilation, one of the territory lords saw his own reflection suddenly twist and distort. The territory lord reacted as though he had been struck by lightning and howled at the top of his lungs, inflicted by unimaginable pain. At the same time, the blood vessels in Yang Kai's left eye burst and blurred his vision. There was no helping it, as he had not completely mastered the Myriad Demons Heaven's eye technique yet. If the old ancestor from Myriad Demons Pass had been the one to unleash this eye secret technique at full force, this territory lord would have immediately died. Nevertheless, this was enough. With both sides suffering injuries, Yang Kai ignored the territory lord he had just targeted, and with a tearing pain in his soul silently unleashed a soul-rending thorn at the other territory lord. In the next moment, the other territory lord screamed in agony and terror. The pain in his soul was far greater than any physical pain he had ever experienced. In the blink of an eye, both territory lords were severely injured. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already arrived with his spear in hand. Thrusting out, the azure dragon spear stabbed into the territory lord, who was struck by the soul-rending thorn. Various Tao strengths wove together at the tip of the spear, causing both time and space to become distorted and disordered at that moment of impact. The territory lord didn't even have time to react before the azure dragon spear pierced into his head and caused it to explode, his aura swelling up before fading out of existence. Yang Kai had no time to rejoice, as currently the world was spinning around him. He felt so dizzy that he feared he might lose consciousness at any moment. Biting the tip of his tongue, he barely managed to maintain a sliver of clarity in his mind. Despite the half-day buffer period, he had truly reached his limit after using a 4th soul-rending thorn today. He couldn't use a 5th any time soon. Unfortunately, there was one more territory lord. The surviving territory lord was now frightened out of his mind. What happened to the assurance that Yang Kai would be helpless against us as long as we worked together in pairs? Bullshit. There were 2 of us in this damned place. Yet, he still managed to kill one of us so easily. At the juncture of life or death, the Territory Lord responded purely on instinct and desperately threw his fist out. Yong Kai was thrown backwards and slammed into a cluster of void turbulence that almost drowned him. After this Territory Lord threw the punch, the already unstable and turbulent portal corridor shattered, tearing open a large hole in the relatively stable stretch of void. 3 powerful masters had battled for their lives in the portal corridor, and 4 Territory Lords were trying to shatter this section of void from the outside. It was only natural that the portal corridor had a hard time maintaining stability. Seeing the hole in the portal corridor, the remaining Territory Lord was overjoyed and plunged into it without any hesitation. Not far away, Yong Kai struggled to climb out of the void turbulence with a strange expression on his face. Although he had a splitting headache and trouble focusing, the actions of the Territory Lord had not escaped his notice. That Territory Lord, did he perhaps assume that a hole in the portal corridor would be a means of escape? There was no other explanation for why he would plunge into the hole so quickly. Regardless, that made things easy for Yong Kai. Yong Kai had no wish to fight the remaining Territory Lord at the moment. The truth was that he could no longer move a single muscle. He had been wondering about what to do for his next move, but it would seem that there was no need for such trouble anymore. That hole in the portal corridor was anything but a means of escape. It was impossible to escape from this place as long as the portal corridor was not broken from one of its ends. On the contrary, a hole in its walls would simply lead deeper into the void. That was why void cracks were said to be extremely dangerous, as even a master could be trapped inside forever if they accidentally lost their way. Yong Kai watched the Territory Lord disappear into the hole and did not bother to give chase. In any case, this Territory Lord would not be able to find his way out within a short time after falling so deep into the void. Yong Kai decided to come back and kill him after recuperating for some time. Retrieving the Azure Dragon Spear, he manipulated space principles and traveled along the path of the portal corridor and quickly emerged inside the universe cave heaven. Husband, young master, adoptive father, big brother. A burst of shouts came from all directions, as it seemed like all the people who entered the universe cave heaven earlier rushed forward to greet Yong Kai. Yong Kai was covered in blood that had yet to dry, and new wounds had been added to his previous ones. After seeing his condition, how could they fail to realize that he had encountered another strong enemy? He landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Waving his hands dismissively, he answered their calls with an ashen complexion. "I'm fine." Among the crowd, the soldiers headed by Li Ziyu and others stared at Yong Kai in shock. Isn't that the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Has Yong Kai advanced to the 8th Order already? They knew about Yong Kai. After all, they had fought on the Black Ink battlefield in the past. Yong Kai's name was famous there, but it was also well known that he was just a 7th Order Master. It was not until meeting him today that they learned he had advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. For a time, Li Ziyu and the others burned with motivation. They had wanted to rush into battle earlier because they were afraid of being blockaded inside the universe cave heaven by the Black Ink clan again. But now, with 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Yong Kai and Feng leading them, they might just stand a chance against the Black Ink clan. The universe cave heaven trembled, and the sky was covered in countless cracks that crisscrossed each other. It was a horrifying sight. Moreover, the ground split apart as though the end was upon them. It felt as though the entire universe cave heaven could collapse at any moment. The 4 Territory Lords outside were bombarding the void with all their might. There might even be other Black Ink clansmen who had joined in to attack the void. It was impossible for these attacks to not affect the universe cave heaven. If they were left alone to do whatever they wanted, it would only be a matter of time before the Black Ink clan broke open the portal and rushed inside. In fact, they might even destroy the universe cave heaven entirely, causing it to break apart and drift into the void. At that time, the void turbulence would wash over everything, and everyone inside the universe cave heaven would be swept away. There was no saying how many of them would survive such an ordeal, but even if they did manage to hang on to their lives, they would still be lost inside the void. Fortunately, they were not powerless to deal with the current crisis. At this moment, Zhao Yibai, Su Yan, and Lu Yan were urging their powers to stabilize the space around them. These three were not the only ones, as there was also another Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master helping them. Space principles surged around these four figures, and the trembling of the void was repeatedly smoothened out, which stabilized the universe cave heaven for now. There was no need to say anything regarding Zhao Yibai, as he was taught the Tao of Space by Yang Kai himself, and his attainments in it had reached impressive heights. Meanwhile, Su Yan had an ancient Ice Phoenix Empress source, while Lu Yan had a Fire Phoenix source. The Phoenix clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Space. In the past, these two had failed to reveal their talents in the Tao of Space, primarily because their bloodline power was not strong enough at the time. After cultivating in the divine spirit ancestral land for many years, though, their bloodline power had improved vastly. Not to mention, the Phoenix clan had brought out the immortal parasol tree after the no-return pass was destroyed. As a result, Su Yan and Lu Yan had both entered their respective phoenix nests and cultivated in retreat for some time. In terms of attainments in the Tao of Space, Su Yan and Lu Yan were not inferior to the current Zhao Yibai, which was the advantage of their bloodline talent. The other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was somebody whom Yang Kai did not know. His strength was inferior compared to the others, but it was naturally better if even one more person was to contribute at this time. With these four people working to stabilize the space, the universe cave heaven would not be destroyed for some time. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. The situation could be considered safe for the moment. Nevertheless, it simply resulted in another troublesome matter now that he had entered the universe cave heaven with so many people. It was exactly what Li Ziyu had been worried about earlier. After entering the universe cave heaven, they were no different from a turtle hiding in its shell. That was why Yang Kai initially did not want to seek shelter here. It was unfortunate that the Black Ink clan army had blockaded all the territory gates in Acacia territory, so he had no choice but to seek temporary shelter here. Be that as it may, he was happy to see the territory lords outside keep up their constant bombardment. Attacking nonstop at such intensity would be a huge drain on their energy. If the territory lords exhausted themselves, then he could easily stab them all to death once he recovered his strength. After considering everything, Yang Kai sent a divine sense transmission to Su Yan and the others. Don't bother trying to stabilize this place entirely. Just keep things from deteriorating to a critical point. It would be best if you can keep the universe cave heaven right on the verge of destruction. If he wanted the territory lords outside to continue their onslaught, he had to give them some hope. If the results of their attacks were suppressed to the limits and the space in the universe cave heaven was completely stabilized, they might not even bother to continue attacking. Su Yan and the others immediately understood Yang Kai's intentions, while Zhao Yibai was filled with admiration. Honored Master has great forethought. As usual, such things would never occur to me naturally. Yang Kai then glanced at the hunters. These people had stepped forward to support him in battle, proving that they were quite courageous. In any case, they were now trapped inside the universe cave heaven with him. Then he turned to the other side and was secretly astonished. Why are there so many human race masters here? Looking around, he discovered that there were nearly 10,000 human masters gathered inside the universe cave heaven. The Supreme Headquarters had only received news that some humans, refugees from Acacia territory, had been trapped here, but they did not know the specific numbers. Judging from the current situation, It would seem that those trapped inside the universe cave heaven were not just those from Acacia territory, but probably others from neighboring great territories as well. Otherwise, there would not have been so many of them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-52, Treatment and Recuperation. Yang Kai did not bother to think too deeply about the matter. Right now, he was in critical condition. Both his physical body and his soul had sustained grave injuries. Even his left eye was damaged due to the strain of activating his demon eye of annihilation earlier, so he could not even see clearly at the moment. Besides, he was not the only person who was seriously wounded. Every member of the 3 squads assisting him earlier was also covered in injuries with varying degrees of severity. It was a minor miracle that there were no fatalities. Aside from a few members in Dawn whom he did not know very well, the members of all 3 squads had very close relations with Yang Kai, so if any of them had suffered a sudden misfortune, it would have been a devastating loss to him indeed. Yang Kai's divine sense fluctuated as he communicated to Feng Ying. Feng Ying received his message and nodded lightly in response. While Yang Kai was recuperating, the others also took the time to treat their wounds. Only those cultivating the Tao of Space had no time to rest. At the same time, outside the portal to the universe cave heaven, the 4 territory lords headed by Mo Nai along with many Black Ink clan masters were struggling to shatter the void. Space before them twisted and contorted under the impact of their violent onslaught, causing countless cracks to appear. Suddenly, the vague image of a portal seemed to appear in front of them. The other end of the portal was connected to another world that was hidden inside the void. Overjoyed, the Black Ink clan immediately increased the intensity of their attacks. As long as they could break open the portal, they could invade the universe cave heaven. At that time, the humans inside would have nowhere else to run. The primary target was none other than the army commander of the profound Nether Army, Yang Kai. If they could kill him here, then they would deal a huge blow to the morale of the human race. The others were of no importance. Yang Kai was certainly worthy of his reputation. When Mo Na Yi received the messages from profound Nether territory and the no-return pass, he did not dare to underestimate Yang Kai's strength. For that reason, he even went so far as to specially request 5 additional territory lords as reinforcements. Combining the 5 additional territory lords with the 5 original territory lords in Acacia territory would mean a total of 10 territory lords were available for this mission. However, there were only 4 territory lords left. 10 territory lords had been reduced to 4 in just half a day. Yang Kai had killed 4 territory lords earlier and trapped another 2 inside the portal, and there was no saying whether those 2 territory lords were dead or alive. If they failed to eliminate Yang Kai here, then the Black Ink clan would have suffered an enormous loss. On top of that, the Black Ink clan army of 100,000 initially deployed outside the universe cave heaven had almost been completely wiped out. Regardless of the costs, Yang Kai had to die here. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, under the continuous barrage of the territory lords, the portal in the void seemed to teeter on the verge of destruction, but never actually shattered apart. The territory lords were filled with a mixture of rage and helplessness seeing this result. Following several consecutive days of effort, the strength of each territory lord declined considerably. Even an innate territory lord like Mo Na Yi was exhausted. What's wrong with this portal? Mo Na Yi was very puzzled at first. Then he abruptly recalled something that made his expression sink sharply. Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of Space. Furthermore, things like the portal of a universe cave heaven were strongly correlated to the Tao of Space. He must be stabilizing the portal on the other side. Otherwise, it makes no sense for it to remain intact for so long. Doesn't that mean all our efforts were for naught? Should we continue? Should we give up? Even if we continue, we might not be able to destroy the portal with Yang Kai stabilizing it from the other side. But if we give up now that things had reached this point, how could he willingly give up? Thus, he made his decision in an instant. We will continue. Seeing how exhausted they were, Mo Na-yi was certain that Yang Kai was not doing any better. Out of the 4 territory lords, only Yu Gong was slightly injured while the other 3 were unharmed. In contrast, Yang Kai was severely wounded. With such injuries, how long could he last while constantly stabilizing the portal corridor? He was bound to break down sooner or later, and once the portal was destroyed, he would be easy prey for their picking. Let's see how long he can persist. Mo Na-yi coldly snorted in his heart. Raising his hand, he actually killed a large number of black ink clansmen nearby in one blow. An abundance of black ink strength immediately gushed out from the bodies of the deceased black ink clansmen, which Mo Na-yi grabbed and condensed into a ball that he stuffed into his mouth to replenish his lost strength. Seeing this, the other 3 territory lords quickly followed suit. There were some 20,000 black ink clan soldiers outside the portal at this point, but in the blink of an eye, nearly half of them died on the spot. Meanwhile, the surviving troops trembled in fear. The territory lords have gone insane. To think they are using such barbaric means to replenish their strength. Unfortunately, they were powerless to defend against the actions of the territory lords and didn't even dare to entertain the thought of running away. The days thus passed by quietly. Inside the universe cave heaven, Yang Kai's injuries healed at an impressive speed. At this moment, the human race masters inside the universe cave heaven had divided themselves into 3 distinct groups. The first group was the human race masters under Yang Kai's command, who came here on a rescue mission. The second group consisted of the 1,000 or so hunters, and the final group was made up of the trapped human refugees who were headed by Li Ziyu. The people Yang Kai brought here, and the people under Li Ziyu were gathered together in their respective groups, while the 1,000 or so hunters were somewhat spread out. Small groups of hunters maintained a certain distance from each other, but nobody found the arrangement odd or inappropriate. The existence of black ink disciples required constant vigilance. After all, that was also part of the reason why hunters generally did not gather together in large groups. There was no saying where a black ink disciple could be hiding. If they did not practice such vigilance, it would only be a matter of time before they met their untimely deaths during their travels. Li Ziyu's group and the hunters even took the initiative to stay away from Yang Kai's group to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. Half a month later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Most of his physical injuries had healed by now, and although he was not fully recovered, his wounds no longer impeded his combat capabilities. The injuries to his soul needed more time to heal, but the soul-warming lotus would take care of that. When he looked up, Yang Kai immediately saw the deathly pale complexions of Su Yan and others. Moreover, they were swaying unsteadily, as though they were about to collapse at any moment. The struggle over the past half-month had pushed them to their limits. Once they reached that limit, there would be nobody else to stabilize the universe cave heaven. If that happened, it would not take long for the territory lords outside to break open the portal. Yang Kai raised his brow in astonishment as he thought to himself, the territory lords outside are truly persistent. It's been half a month, yet they're still bombarding the void. Nevertheless, this was the outcome he had hoped to see. Feeling secretly triumphant, he manipulated space principles and simultaneously sent a transmission to Su Yan and the others. In the next moment, Su Yan, Yang Xiao, Lu Yan, and the unknown Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master slumped to the ground while stuffing various spirit pills for recovery into their mouths. They were so tired that they didn't even have the strength to speak anymore. The confrontation for the past half a month had truly pushed them to their limits and beyond. The constant trembling of the universe cave heaven did not stop. However, Yong-kai had already taken over the task of stabilizing it. Space principles fluctuated around him, maintaining a balance with the external shocks and preventing the destruction of the universe cave heaven. Compared to the focused demeanor that Su Yen and the others had portrayed, Yong-kai's performance seemed much more relaxed. He naturally exceeded them by a great degree when it came to mastery of the Tao of Space, as it was his foundational grand Tao. Even his title as Void Great Emperor was derived from his attainments in the Tao of Space. Yong-kai next turned to look at Feng Ying, who slowly shook her head when she met eyes with him. Half a month ago, he had instructed her to keep watch over the hunters to see whether there were any abnormalities among them. He was very vigilant towards the existence of the Black Ink disciples because others couldn't identify them unless they took the initiative to reveal themselves. These hunters had been roaming around the Black Ink clan's territory for many years, decades even in some cases. Hence, there was no guarantee that none of them had been defeated and captured by the Black Ink clan. Black Ink disciples were valuable tools who could be sent back to acquire intelligence on the human race or lure other hunters into various traps. Such practices were common among the current Black Ink clan. Feng Ying had not discovered anything after observing them for the past half a month, so there were either no Black Ink disciples among the hunters, or they did not dare to act recklessly for fear of her strength as an Eighth Order master. Yong-kai had been too busy to deal with this matter previously, but he had some time to spare now. There were many ways Yong-kai could settle this issue, but he was short on time and patience, so he decided to use the most direct method. Activating the great sun and moon marks without another word, dazzling yellow and blue lights appeared out of nowhere and merged to form a small, pure, white sun. The white sun that leapt out from where Yong-kai stood in the universe cave heaven exploded out and bathed the entire world in pure white light. A few people turned pale at the sight, while others tried to escape into the sky. But under a surge of space principles, everyone was locked in place and did not move far. Inside the white light, an energy that resembled Black Ink strength suddenly leaked out from several individuals and was purified. At the same time, the human race masters with Black Ink strength pouring out of their body howled in agony, their expressions contorting in extreme pain. Fortunately, they soon returned to a peaceful state. A short while later, the white light dissipated and vanished. Many people revealed expressions of guilt among the hunters. Furthermore, countless looks of astonishment came from all directions. Yong-kai snorted. Although he had guessed that there would be Black Ink disciples among the hunters, he had not expected the number to be so high. Out of 1,000 hunters, about 60 of them were actually Black Ink disciples. Moreover, a large number of them were in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. In some cases, only one or two members of a squad were corrupted by the Black Ink strength, while in others the entire group had been converted into Black Ink disciples. What stunned Yong-kai was that nobody among the 10,000 human refugees in Li Ziyu's group had been corrupted by Black Ink strength, but upon further consideration, it was not that surprising. They had been hiding in this universe cave heaven from the start and had not been in contact with the outside world for more than a couple decades now. Since they did not come into contact with the Black Ink clan, it was only natural that they were not corrupted by Black Ink strength. It was simply bad luck that their whereabouts were exposed. After being trapped for so many years, Li Ziyu and the others naturally wanted to leave this place and return to human-controlled territory. In the end, their whereabouts were discovered by the Black Ink clan when they sent scouts to investigate the situation outside, and a siege was subsequently built around the universe cave heaven, purifying light. Somebody seemed to recognize the pure, white light and muttered. Those who became hunters generally did not come from the cave heavens and paradises, but from the other sects. Hence, they had never participated in the previous wars or fought with the main human army. Naturally, they had never seen purifying light before. Some had heard stories about the past, where each human army was said to have its own purifying black ink battleship. These purifying black ink battleships contained purifying light which could dispel and purify black ink strength. Even a black ink disciple could regain their original self after being bathed in purifying light. Unfortunately, the supply of purifying light was exhausted after many long wars and crusades. Before Yang Kai's return, they had been relying solely on purifying black ink pills to resist the corrosion of black ink strength. Although the effects of purifying black ink pill were excellent, there was no denying that purifying light was better. These hunters, who never had the chance to see the purifying light, finally witnessed it for the first time today. "Old Joe, what happened to you?" one of the hunters asked. The human race master called Old Joe was part of a four-man team, all of whom were black ink disciples. Needless to say, they once fell into the hands of the Black Ink clan and were converted into black ink disciples. Old Joe looked sorrowful. "Don't mention it. We accidentally ran into a territory lord a year ago and failed to escape." "You sure were unlucky," the person who spoke earlier sighed. Old Joe's squad was small in number and not particularly strong. Consisting of only 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 2 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, there was no room for resistance when they encountered a territory lord. The reason they survived was that the territory lord believed that they were more useful if they were corrupted by black ink strength instead. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-53, Trapped. While speaking, Old Joe timidly snuck a glance at Yang Kai, only to discover that Yang Kai was not paying attention to them at all. What was there to be bothered about? Even a fool could have guessed that there were black ink disciples among the hunters, but there were no means to confirm the identity of these black ink disciples. Fortunately, nothing could be hidden once the purifying light enveloped them. The black ink disciples could no longer be considered such, since they regained their true nature after the purifying light dispelled the black ink strength from them. Regardless of what they did in the past, they did not act out of their own will. Hence, Yang Kai had no intention to blame them for their actions. Old Joe and the others realized this and breathed a sigh of relief. Among the 1,000 or so hunters, there were around 60 black ink disciples. That was more than 5% of the population here, which was not a small proportion. However, this ratio was likely an aberration. External factors, including the special arrangements of the Black Ink clan in Acacia territory, probably played a role which affected the ratio. Seeing as the Black Ink clan wanted to use the humans trapped in Acacia territory as bait, it was only natural for them to dispatch more black ink disciples to gather intelligence among the humans. That was why the ratio of black ink disciples was as high as 5%. In reality, the ratio of black ink disciples existing among the hunters was nowhere near as high. Ignoring the matter regarding the black ink disciples, Yang Kai turned to look at Li Ziyu and asked, "Are you the leader here?" Li Ziyu stepped forward and cupped his fist. "Red Sun Army's Li Ziyu greets Army Commander Yang." Over the past half-month, Li Ziyu learned about Yang Kai's appointment as the Army Commander of the Profound Nether Army and various other matters about the outside world from the members of Dawn. After hiding in the universe cave heaven for several dozen years, the world outside had changed entirely, causing him to feel slightly depressed. Be that as it may, it was touching to know that the army commander of the Profound Nether Army would put himself in danger just to rescue them. In truth, Li Ziyu disapproved of this decision by the higher-ups, as there were too many things that could have gone, and still could go wrong. It was not a big deal if 1 or 2 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders were to die in battle. However, the death of an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Army commander would have a large impact on the entire army, even more so when the current army commanders held higher statuses than the army commanders on the Black Ink battlefield back then. which army commanders serving on the battlefield spread across the various great territories did not have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of soldiers under their command. In contrast, an individual army only consisted of some 8,000 or so masters at each great pass on the black ink battlefield. In any case, Li Ziyu understood the current situation. The news regarding Acacia territory had spread to the general public. Regardless of how many humans had been trapped in Acacia territory, the Supreme Headquarters could not turn a blind eye to the situation. If they ignored these trapped refugees, then the morale among the troops battling on the front lines would drop significantly. The Black Ink clan was very cunning indeed. Despite knowing that it was a trap, the human race had no choice but to jump right in. Judging by the current situation, it would seem that the army commander of the profound Nether Army was extremely outstanding. The ability to lead 3 squads and slaughter 4 innate territory lords, that was not something ordinary people could hope to achieve. Unfortunately, it was somewhat embarrassing for him to also be trapped inside this universe cave heaven now. Red Sun Army. Yang Kai seemed slightly stunned. Do you know Ning Qiji? Ning Qiji came from the Red Sun Paradise, so although not all members of the Red Sun Army belonged to Red Sun Paradise, there was still a chance. Yang Kai had experienced various life and death situations with Ning Qiji of Red Sun Paradise, but ultimately the latter died in battle. Li Ziyu bowed. In terms of seniority, he was my martial uncle. Red Sun Paradise produces outstanding talents in every generation. Yang Kai sighed in appreciation. Li Ziyu replied, "You're giving too much credit, sir." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively, showing no interest in making small talk. Instead, he looked at the 10,000 human race masters here and asked, "These cultivators are not just from Acacia territory, right? There are also cultivators from a nearby great territory. More than 10 years ago, they passed through Acacia territory during the Great Evacuation, and so we all decided to head towards the designated Great Territory together. Unfortunately, the Black Ink clan invaded, and we had no choice but to hide here until today." Yang Kai nodded lightly. 10,000 might seem like a lot, but their strengths varied greatly from individual to individual. There were not many Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, and those that had reached that realm did not have particularly high orders. In fact, Li Ziyu and a few of his companions were the only 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them. With such a force, nothing good would come from confronting the Black Ink clan army. Although they hid inside the universe cave heaven out of desperation, they at least managed to protect themselves from danger. It was lucky that there was a universe cave heaven in Acacia territory that was discovered and managed by Acacia sect many years ago. Otherwise, they would not have had a place to hide in the first place. Seeming to realize what Yang Kai was thinking, Li Ziyu quickly offered, "Sir, if you wish to charge out, we are willing to be the vanguard." The other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded in agreement, looking resolute. Yang Kai glanced sideways at Li Ziyu. "The vanguard? Are you planning to rush right to your deaths? 4 territory lords are waiting outside." Forget the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even for Yang Kai, he would be beaten close to death if he were to charge out recklessly. When he killed the territory lords previously, he had the advantage of numerous favorable conditions. The soul-rending thorns were extremely potent tools, but could he fight 1 against 4 in a direct confrontation? 2 would be difficult enough. But Li Ziyu wanted to object. "Why are we not charging out? Are we going to just keep hiding here?" Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt. "Li Ziyu, let's wait for now." Li Ziyu did not know what Yang Kai was waiting for. However, he had no choice but to back down. Yang Kai glanced at the portal with a frown on his face. Now that he was trapped inside the universe cave heaven, he could not help feeling uncomfortable. Besides, he could not delay for too long if he wanted to break out of this place. The territory lords outside might have called for more reinforcements by now. Although he did not know who was acting as the commander of the Black Ink clan here, just by looking at how a total of 10 territory lords had been guarding Acacia territory, Yonkai could tell that this leader was a cautious person. If his guess was correct, the other party would have requested more reinforcements by now. Once more territory lords arrived, their chances of breaking out of the situation would become even slimmer. If he really wanted to leave, then he had to figure out a solution as soon as possible. Yonkai considered his options for a moment as he continued treating his wounds. After all, he had yet to heal completely. After another half-month, Su Yan and the others had gradually recovered from their fatigue. They had not been seriously injured before, but the burden of controlling space principles and resisting the impact from the outside world was too great. Half a month was enough time for them to recover. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master came to Yonkai and bowed. Wan Lashan greets Dao Lord. Then he turned to Miao Fei Ping beside Yonkai. Greetings, Senior Brother Miao. Yonkai opened his eyes and stared at the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Are you from the Void Dao Temple? Those who would address him as Dao Lord could only be disciples from the Void Dao Temple. Yonkai had already guessed as much earlier. This Sixth Order Master cultivated the Tao of space, and although his attainments were not very high, he still had considerable skill. It was highly likely that he came from the Void Dao Temple and inherited some of Yonkai's Grand Tao. Many of those who came from the Void Dao Temple were in similar situations, having varying degrees of accomplishments in the Tao of space, Tao of time, and the Spear Tao. However, most had inherited Yonkai's Spear Tao because it was much easier to comprehend compared to the Tao of space and the Tao of time. That had always been the case. However, the disciples from the Void Dao Temple began to flourish even more ever since Yonkai comprehended the myriad grand Daos in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. An increasing number of grand Daos were cultivated by the Void Dao Temple disciples now. It could be said that the future grand Daos of the cultivators from the Void Dao Temple were closely related to Yonkai. Needless to say, not all of them were related to Yonkai, even though most of them were. This Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was quite powerful, and his aptitude was clearly extraordinary. Seeing as Yonkai did not recognize him, that could only mean that he came from the last batch of cultivators he released from his small universe. It was also the batch that Yonkai released in Voidland when he returned from the Black Ink battlefield. There were some 5,000 people in that batch, so it was natural for Yonkai to not recall all their faces. Those people had all advanced to the Open Heaven realm in Voidland at the time, which had shocked Bai Shi, Mo Mei, and all the others. Every one of that batch had advanced to the 6th or 7th Order Open Heaven realm, making for an extremely spectacular scene. Some disciples originated from the Dao Temple that Yonkai released on the Black Ink battlefield directly, but their numbers were not high each time. Yonkai might not be able to remember everybody's names, but they would at least look familiar to him. If Wan Lushan had advanced to the Open Heaven realm in Voidland, then not much time had passed since his breakthrough. In other words, he had advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Thus, he was expected to reach the 8th Order in the future. His aptitude was certainly outstanding. Why didn't you join the army? Yonkai asked. Wan Lushan explained respectfully. We advanced to the Open Heaven realm in Voidland, then retreated to the star boundary with Senior Bai Shi. Most of my Dao brothers and sisters joined the various armies, but some of us followed the head manager's orders and became hunters. We were tasked with the responsibility of investigating the movements of the Black Ink clan in the various great territories. So it was Hua Qingxi's work. Yonkai immediately understood the situation. Hunters were not just lone wolves who did not fit in with the army, they were also scouts for the human race. Most of the information from the outside was brought back by the hunters who risked their lives to obtain it. That was necessary. After all, it was impossible to fight the Black Ink clan on the battlefields across over a dozen great territories without knowing anything about what the enemy was up to. Hua Qingxi sure is bold. Talents who advanced directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm were candidates with the hope of advancing to the Eighth Order in the future. I can't believe she sent them out just like that. Nobody would be able to rescue them if something happened outside. There were probably many others like Wan Lashan. He had the feeling that Hua Qingxi was not the only one doing such things, though. The human race Supreme Headquarters was bound to have similar arrangements. If nothing else, the news about those trapped in Acacia territory had been provided by the hunters. Many thanks for your hard work, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Tao Lord is the one who gave us a chance to rise in life. It is only right for this disciple to live up to such high expectations. Wan Lushan lowered his head with a respectful expression. All the disciples from the Tao Temple had an almost fanatical worship of Yang Kai, the Tao Lord of the Void Tao Temple. That was because almost everything they had came from Yang Kai. Yang Kai had not known about Hua Qingxi's arrangements, but he had heard from Su Yan and the others about some 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters who were hidden by Hua Qingxi in High Heaven Palace. These 200 were those who had advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm back at Void Land. Hua Qingxi had not allowed these 200 to participate in the war yet. Their task was to cultivate diligently. There was no fear of insufficient resources. The only fear was that they could not comprehend or cultivate well. Yang Kai understood Hua Qingxi's intentions. Those who advanced directly to the Seventh Order were candidates with the hope of advancing to the Ninth Order one day. Nobody would willingly send these candidates to the battlefield. After all, it would be a complete waste if they were slain by a territory lord. It was not expected for all 200 of these candidates to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, but even if only 5% or 10% of them succeeded, that was already equivalent to 10 or 29th Order Open Heaven realm masters. Hua Qingxi could not bring herself to place them on the battlefield, and neither could the higher-ups. There were practically no Open Heaven Realm Masters who advanced directly to the Seventh Order on the battlefields across the various great territories now. Over the years, the Star Boundary had produced numerous talents who advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, but these talents had all been hidden away by the cave heavens and paradises because they were the hope and future of the human race. Every single person harbored selfish desires. And although the human race was united in a common cause, Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from other sects would never compare to Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from one's own sect. Zhao Yibai and the others had advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm as well. So according to Hua Qingxi's plans, they were supposed to remain in the Star Boundary and ignore the fighting outside. It was not too late for them to make a name for themselves when they advanced to the Ninth Order one day. How could she have known that the little ones would sneak out on their own, though? Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-54, Luring the Enemy In. Yang Kai did not agree with the strategy adopted by the higher-ups of the human race. After all, cultivating blindly behind closed doors did not necessarily lead to one's advancement to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. The cave heavens and paradises had several talented candidates who advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm over countless years. However, there were not nearly as many Ninth Order Open Heaven realm old ancestors, just over 100 in total. If it were that easy to reach the Ninth Order, then they would not be Ninth Order Open Heaven realm masters anymore. Besides, the real strength of those who simply cultivated in seclusion would be questionable even if they were lucky enough to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Only those who had experienced life or death battles and comprehended the mystery of the grand Tao amid multiple crises could truly be called strong. Although Yang Kai disapproved of the arrangement, he knew that their actions stemmed from a sense of helplessness. The battlefield was extremely dangerous, and it would only take the slightest mistake for even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to fall in battle. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had contributed so much for the sake of buying more time for the future generation, but if all those talented candidates were to die in the war before reaching the peak, then the human race would no longer have hope of survival. A race without hope was bound to fall into the abyss of despair, sooner or later. Dispelling the distracting thoughts in his head, Yang Kai looked towards Su Yen and the 3 others. Take over the universe, cave heaven. I'll be right back. Su Yen and the others nodded in unison, surging their space principles to stabilize the shaking in their surroundings. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already opened a portal and plunged into it. 3 territory lords had rushed into the portal corridor together. One had been kicked out by Yang Kai, one had been killed, and the last one had escaped into the depths of the void. Yang Kai had been too injured at the time to hunt down the territory lord who escaped, but now was the time to deal with that loose end. Naturally, he could also choose to simply ignore the existence of that territory lord, as he might never find his way back after plunging into the depths of the void. It was very difficult for somebody to escape from the void crack. However, it was not impossible. If that territory lord was lucky enough to escape from the void crack, then he would become another powerful enemy for the human race. Therefore, Yang Kai could not give up the opportunity to kill this territory lord. The Black Ink clan was not alone in wanting to annihilate their enemies once and for all. The human race would not let the opportunity to kill a powerful enemy master slip through their fingers either. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to return to the portal corridor, where void turbulence overlapped. The portal corridor had become highly unstable because of the previous battle fought here, and the 4 territory lords trying to break the void from the outside. Yang Kai had not forgotten the spot where the territory lord had escaped previously, so wandering through the void turbulence alone, he soon arrived at his destination and dove inside the large crack in space that appeared. It was difficult to search for anybody in a place like this, and even Yang Kai did not dare to guarantee that he could find his target. He could only hope that the territory lord had not run or drifted too far. Otherwise, there was nothing he could do either. The territory lord had indeed not gone far. The portal corridor had been torn open by the aftermath of their battle at the time, and he mistakenly assumed that this opening was a means of escape. How could he have known that he would find himself deeper inside the void crack after he entered the hole? He was so scared that he did not dare to move around carelessly. Only the fact that Yang Kai had not given chase gave him a slight sense of relief. During this period, he had remained inside the void crack and treated his wounds while searching for an exit. It was a pity that this place was highly abnormal. As he had never cultivated space principles before, he found moving around to be extremely difficult. He was constantly caught up in the void turbulence, which made him lose his direction. After several attempts, he no longer knew where he was anymore. Yang Kai spent half a day tracking various traces that were almost imperceptible before he finally found the territory lord. The aura of the territory lord was very weak. It was obvious that his efforts to counter the impacts of the void turbulence had exhausted him greatly. In addition to the injuries he previously suffered, he could not replenish his strength in this place. So, at this point, his strength was far from its peak. Yang Kai had been prepared to use a soul-rendering thorn to end the battle as quickly as possible. However, given the other party's condition, it seemed he did not have to trouble himself with that. An hour later, Yang Kai slipped out of the universe cave heaven's portal corridor. There were bloodstains on his body, but he did not seem to be seriously injured. Fighting to the death with a territory lord was never easy. Nevertheless, the already weakened territory lord was further suppressed by the countless void turbulence surging in the void crack, so Yang Kai's long years of cultivation would have all been in vain if he failed to kill his opponent under these circumstances. Currently, Only 4 territory lords remained from the original 10 territory lords. Be that as it may, the enemies in Acacia territory were not just the 4 territory lords, but also the massive Black Ink clan army. So much time had passed since the initial confrontation, so it was likely the Black Ink clan had mobilized even more troops to surround the portal by now. Fortunately, Yang Kai's forces no longer consist of just the 3 squads from before. The 1,000 or so hunters were also an excellent combat force. As for the 10,000 human refugees trapped inside the Universe Cave Heaven, there were not many among them who could fight the Black Ink clan, as most were too weak. If they fought the Black Ink clan, they were bound to become corrupted by Black Ink's strength. Prepare for battle, Yang Kai roared. Everybody responded with great enthusiasm. The 3 squads, 1,000 hunters, Li Ziyu's squad, and the others from the former Red Sun army burned with passionate, murderous intent. Likewise, Yang Kai began to manipulate space principles and stabilize the surroundings. At the same time, he sent a divine sense transmission to Su Yen and the others to cooperate with him. The Black Ink clan army of 100,000 that originally stood guard outside the Universe Cave Heaven was gone, decimated by the attack from Yang Kai's original team, or used as resources by Mo Na Yi and the other 3 territory lords to recover their strength. At this point, not many of them remained. Although the original Black Ink clan army of 100,000 was gone, over 1 million troops had taken their place instead. Mo Na Yi had relocated these troops from the territory gates, having each of the 5 armies dispatch some 300,000 soldiers for a total of 5 million troops. The Black Ink clan army spread across the void like a swarm of locusts and surrounded the portal tightly. A full month had passed since the human race masters fled into the Universe Cave Heaven. During this period, numerous Black Ink clan masters had worked diligently and continuously under Mo Na Ye's lead to shatter the surrounding void. Mo Na Ye wanted to break open the portal to the Universe Cave Heaven and invade it. Unfortunately, things did not go as he had planned. Knowing that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, he believed that the latter must have done something to the portal. Otherwise, there was no explanation for its unusual durability. Mo Na Yi was not willing to give up, however. Having reached this point, all the territory lords who were sacrificed previously would have died in vain if he gave up now. His only option was to continue his assault. Yang Kai had been heavily wounded. In addition to his injuries, he also had to stabilize the portal of the Universe Cave Heaven. He was bound to collapse from the burden one day, and that moment would be the moment of his death. However, Mo Na Ye's belief was beginning to waver at this point. Would Yang Kai really run out of strength? Despite an entire month of continuous bombardment, there were no visible results to show for their efforts, causing Mo Na Yi to begin to doubt the decision he made back then. Suddenly, the void in front of him seemed to change slightly. Mo Na Yi immediately snapped to attention and looked in that direction. For some reason, the faintly perceptible portal seemed much more solid and tangible than before. Then, the portal abruptly shattered and exploded. When the portal shattered, the Universe Cave Heaven hidden in the void appeared before the eyes of the Black Ink clan masters, and a figure soared into the sky while coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. At the same time, the human race masters inside the Universe Cave Heaven screamed mournfully. It was Yang Kai. Even though Mo Na Yi only caught a glimpse of Yang Kai back then, how could he forget the face of this human race master? He's at his limits. Reality proved that his previous speculations were correct. The reason why the Universe Cave Heaven held out for so long was due to Yang Kai's tricks. However, in the end, Yang Kai was just one person. How could he resist the violent bombardment of so many Black Ink clan masters forever? The portal shattered, revealing the Universe Cave Heaven. Meanwhile, The human race masters hiding inside panicked, as though the end was upon them. Emo Nayi even saw many of them retreating in terror, as though afraid that the Black Ink clan would charge forward and slaughter them. Chuckling, Emo Nayi took a step forward, preparing to enter the universe cave heaven. However, after giving it another thought, he stopped and whirled around sharply. Yugong, go and finish him off. Yugong was furious and cursed vehemently in his heart. Bastard! Why me? Why don't you go yourself? Emo Nayi, you bastard! Emo Nayi was clearly worried that the human race masters were feigning weakness, which was why he decided to send Yugong to test the waters first. Unfortunately, Emo Nayi had the highest authority over the matters in Acacia territory. Unable to protest, Yugong gloomily muttered, "They have one more Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master." Although that female Eighth Order Master was not very strong, she was still in the Eighth Order. With so many Seventh Order Masters around, a lone territory lord would not be able to guarantee their safety. Emo Nayi frowned, but still glanced at another territory lord and ordered, "Go and help him." The territory lord nodded. With no other choice, Yugong raised his arm above his head and roared, "Kill!" He charged forward with the other territory lord, whom Emo Nayi selected while countless feudal lords followed behind them. It only took the blink of an eye for the Black Ink clan army to charge into the universe cave heaven. Feng Ying activated her myriad swords dragon and met their charge head-on. In response, Yugong yelled to the other territory lord, "I will stop her. You go after Yang Kai." Ignoring the opinion of the territory lord accompanying him, Yugong immediately began exchanging blows with Feng Ying, resulting in intense shockwaves rippling out. The other territory lord coldly snorted, "Yugong, that fool, he has been scared witless by that human. I can't believe he doesn't even dare to attack the enemy even though he is heavily wounded. What a useless good-for-nothing." In his opinion, Yang Kai's battered and miserable appearance did not seem fake, and it was easy to understand why. Yang Kai was seriously injured to begin with, but even so, he had to stabilize the universe cave heaven and resist the Black Ink clan outside for an entire month. Where would he find the time to rest? If he had any strength remaining, the portal would not have been destroyed. Not to mention, he probably suffered additional injuries on top of his previous ones when the portal shattered. How much strength could he have left? Nevertheless, the territory lord was still cautious of Yang Kai's strange methods. After considering everything, he shielded his soul and charged towards Yang Kai. Along the way, many Seventh Order human masters tried to block his path, only to be blown away by him. The feudal lords following behind the territory lord also began to launch their offensive. It didn't take long before they were entangled in battle against the human race masters in the universe cave heaven. The peace in the universe cave heaven was destroyed in an instant. Everywhere in the universe cave heaven, humans and Black Ink clansmen fought desperately. Yang Kai awkwardly dodged the ferocious attacks of the territory lord, spitting blood from time to time. His complexion was as pale as a sheet, and he looked as though he would collapse at any time. However, he was cursing furiously on the inside. "Why are the two territory lords outside not coming in? Aren't you being a little too cautious? I'm already in such terrible condition. Shouldn't you join forces to kill me as soon as possible?" The current situation was different from his expectations. Stuck inside the universe cave heaven, it was not easy for them to break free and escape. They could not force their way out with so many Black Ink clan masters standing guard outside. If they so much as revealed themselves, they will definitely be swarmed to death. Even Yang Kai was not confident that he could successfully charge out of the portal under the watch of so many Black Ink clan masters. Since they could not leave, they could only lure their enemies into a trap. The portal had been shattered, and the universe cave heaven was revealed. Furthermore, Yang Kai appeared to be in an extremely weak condition. Yang Kai did not believe that the Black Ink clan could resist the urge to charge forward, and, as expected, that was what they did. Unfortunately, the Black Ink clan did not use their full strength. Out of the 4 territory lords, 2 had charged into the universe cave heaven, but 2 had remained outside. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5555, Breaking Out of the Universe Cave Heaven. Judging by the current situation, it would seem that the territory lord in command of Acacia Territory was an extremely cautious individual. Yang Kai did not dare to push his luck at this point. Besides, no battle plan ever survived the first engagement, and there would always be something that would go wrong or turn out unsatisfactory. In any case, 2 of the 4 territory lords had entered the universe cave heaven's range, and the enemy siege would essentially dissolve if these 2 were taken out. Kill. All of a sudden, the battered-looking Yang Kai gave a loud roar. Following his signal, the human race masters who had been holding back under his instructions stopped hiding their strength. A series of destructive divine abilities and secret techniques blasted out, throwing the feudal lords who were charging forward off their feet. At the same time, Yang Kai unleashed a soul-rending thorn. Although his soul was not completely healed after just 1 month of recuperation, he had no trouble wielding the soul-rending thorn once. The territory lord engaged in battle with Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of crisis washing over him, immediately followed by a sharp pain in his soul, as though it was being dug into by thousands of needles. The pain was so great that his vision blurred, and he could not hold in a cry of agony. Yang Kai thrust his spear at that moment, but only managed to pierce the territory lord's shoulder blade. Nevertheless, that was enough to blow away one of the territory lord's arms. The territory lord had forcibly twisted his body and avoided being struck in a vital spot at the last moment. Turning pale with fright, he finally realized how Yang Kai managed to kill so many territory lords with such ease in the past. Although he did not know exactly what method the other party had used, it was just as Mo Na Yi had previously speculated. It was a secret technique that specifically targeted the soul. If he had not been on constant guard and attentively protected his soul, he would have died from that brief moment of disorientation earlier. Even taking all those precautions, though, he was still severely injured and only narrowly managed to survive. Black blood gushed out of his severed shoulder, and even his black ink strength poured out of the wound. Before the territory lord could breathe a sigh of relief, an overwhelming number of spear shadows shot towards his face. Mustering his courage at the critical moment between life and death, he chose to fight rather than flee. Charging forward with a loud roar, he attacked Yang Kai with reckless abandon. On the other side, Yugong and Feng Ying were engaged in an intense battle. However, Yugong was clearly stronger, so not only was he steadily pushing Feng Ying back, he could also spare some attention to monitor Yang Kai's movements. All of a sudden, he saw Yang Kai making an unexpected comeback and severely injuring his companion. Combined with the flash of spiritual energy that appeared for a brief moment, how could he not realize that Yang Kai's battered appearance was nothing more than an act? At this moment, he was extremely thankful that he had chosen not to fight Yang Kai. Although he had initially believed that Yang Kai was an arrow at the end of its flight, he had chosen Feng Ying as his opponent just to be safe. It would now seem that his decision had been wise indeed. If he had boldly chosen to face Yang Kai earlier, the one struggling to avoid Yang Kai's spear right now would have been him instead. This is another trap. This human, named Yang Kai, is the most cunning man I've ever encountered in my life. I've never met another human race master as devious as him. The black blood of the other territory lord gushed out with every thrust of Yang Kai's spear. and his aura was weakening at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Seeing that, Yugong lost his will to fight. Once Yang Kai finished off his companion and became unfettered, he would be Yang Kai's next target. Black Ink's strength surged violently around him before he threw a punch and sent Feng Ing flying backwards. Immediately after that, he rushed towards the shattered portal without another backward glance. He had already escaped from the universe cave heaven before Feng Ing even realized what was happening. Outside the portal, Mo Na Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face. He had been on guard against Yang Kai, and even suspected that he had been deliberately acting weak. Even so, he could barely accept the truth when he saw Yang Kai's abrupt comeback. How is that possible? Yang Kai had been seriously wounded previously, not to mention, he had been stabilizing the universe cave heaven against the bombardment of numerous territory lords for the past month. Where did he find the time to treat his wounds? He must have suffered from severe backlash due to the destruction of the portal, and looking at the current situation, he had indeed suffered some injuries. It was just that these injuries had little effect on his combat power. Should I charge in? A huge conflict arose in Mo Na Yi's heart. Aside from him, there was another territory lord outside. They might stand a chance to defeat Yang Kai if all three of them joined forces, but it was nothing more than a chance. If they failed, then there was a high probability that both he and the other territory lord would pay for it with their lives. However, his internal conflict did not last for long, because he saw Yugong rushing out of the universe cave heaven. Mo Na Yi honestly did not know what to say at this point. Yugong had been hugely traumatized ever since he escaped alive from his first encounter with Yang Kai, and was now so scared that he actually fled the battlefield without another word when he saw Yang Kai's sudden comeback. The ship has sailed. Mo Na Yi heaved a sigh in his heart. Including Yugong, who escaped from the universe cave heaven, there were 3 territory lords and a Black Ink clan army of approximately 1 million. Unfortunately, the Yugong who had lost his courage was practically useless. With just Mo Na Yi and 1 other territory lord alone, it would be difficult for them to keep the human race masters trapped in the universe cave heaven, even if they had the support of the Black Ink clan army. After all, there were many human race masters and several extremely powerful warships on the other side. Once the humans broke through their blockade, the territory lords would probably lose their lives here. We've been careless. If I had known earlier, I would have asked for more territory lords as reinforcements. It was just who could have known that the 10 territory lords overseeing Acacia territory would end up in this state. The main reason was Yugong and his companions. They had just arrived at Acacia territory, but they started a fight without permission before they even met up with the other territory lords. In the end, Yang Kai eventually slaughtered them until only 1 remained. That had instantly cut the number of effective territory lords in half. 2 more territory lords had been trapped in the portal corridor, and their survival remained a mystery even now. However, Mo Na Yi was fairly certain they too were dead now. Otherwise, there was no reason for them to remain hidden for so long. The remaining 4 territory lords might have stood a fighting chance if they all worked together, but another territory lord would soon be dead. Other territory lords were rushing to Acacia territory to provide support right now, but they would not arrive in time. This situation far exceeded Mo Na Yi's wildest expectations. In just a month, Yang Kai not only recovered from most of his wounds, but also made preparations to lure them into a deadly trap. Hence, Mo Na Yi couldn't help feeling upset. If he had known earlier, he would not have ordered his forces into the universe cave heaven when the portal shattered earlier. The truth was that they only needed to form a blockade outside the portal to prevent any of the humans from escaping. In fact, they could have gained an absolute advantage if they only waited until the next batch of territory lords arrived to provide support. However, who could have resisted the urge to rush forward after witnessing the scene of Yang Kai coughing up blood when the universe cave heaven appeared? That was definitely the best time to eliminate him once and for all. Unfortunately, one wrong move had resulted in the entire strategy falling apart. Feeling disheartened, Emonayi curtly instructed, barricade the portal. Kill any human who dares to exit. The Black Ink clan army of 1 million that he transferred here immediately prepared themselves for battle. Inside the universe cave heaven, both the human masters and the Black Ink clan soldiers clashed violently. Many of the Black Ink clansmen charging forward dropped dead like flies, but that was only to be expected. Launching an assault through a narrow corridor was very risky because they could easily be targeted by the humans. That was precisely the reason why Yang Kai did not want to charge out of the universe cave heaven. Needless to say, he would launch an attack if it was necessary, as he could not remain hunkered down inside the universe cave heaven. He had 2 million small stone race soldiers as a last resort, and if it came down to that, he could summon that army. They would be enough to wipe out the Black Ink clansmen here. It was just that this small stone race army was the trump card he reserved for his battle against the royal lord. Yang Kai had no wish to reveal his trump card unless absolutely necessary. The Black Ink clan was at a disadvantage in the first place, and following Yu Gong's escape, they became even more vulnerable. Feng Ying did not chase after Yu Gong, choosing instead to turn around and target the feudal lords. Although she was no match for an innate territory lord, killing some feudal lords was a piece of cake with her divine manifestation. In addition, there were the 1,000 or so hunters and the 3 squads, including Dawn. It did not take long before most of the Black Ink clansmen who charged into the universe cave heaven were eliminated. Only several feudal lords reacted quickly enough and escaped back through the portal. Moments later, the disturbance caused by the death of a territory lord spread out. It was Yang Kai's opponent being slain. The territory lord had been struck by a soul-rending thorn earlier, so even though he survived the initial attack, his strength had suffered a huge decline. How could he compete with Yang Kai in a one-on-one fight in that condition? Looking around, Yang Kai confirmed that the battle within the universe cave heaven had been decided. Then he raised his spear and charged towards the portal with a roar. Li Ziyu and the others are to remain behind. The rest follow me into battle. Yes, numerous figures transformed into streams of light and followed behind Yang Kai as they sped towards the portal. Yang Kai charged out of the portal in the blink of an eye, and as he had expected, was immediately greeted with a storm of attacks blasting towards him from all directions. Fortunately, he had prepared himself in advance. A dragon roar reverberated through the void, and a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon manifested before everyone's eyes, releasing intense dragon pressure all around. The dragon body curled around the portal to form a defensive barrier in the void. Countless attacks landed on Yang Kai's dragon body, causing him to tremble from the impact. Dragon scales flew everywhere, as the Black Ink clan army of 1 million had formed a blockade in all directions. Of course, space was limited, so not all of them could attack at once. Nevertheless, Yang Kai still endured at least 100,000 attacks at that moment. Even a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon could not endure such a barrage for long. 5 breaths, that was the limit of what he could endure. He would not be able to take it any longer than that. Yang Kai was on high alert against the territory lords outside. While he could endure the onslaught of ordinary Black Ink clansmen for some time, he would not be able to defend against the attacks of several territory lords. Unexpectedly, his divine sense perception did not detect the aura of any territory lords nearby. Even the aura of Yu Gong, who fled earlier, was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Before Yang Kai could figure out what was happening, Feng Ying slipped out of the portal. She glanced at Yang Kai's dragon form and instantly understood that he was shielding the human race masters behind him. That was why he curled his dragon form to form a defensive barrier around the portal. Otherwise, only the two of them could exit the portal safely. If the other human race masters rushed out, they would surely suffer innumerable casualties. Kill. Her voice rang out, urging the myriad swords dragon to its limits. She produced an overwhelming number of sword waves that fanned out before her. The sword waves swept out, piercing the bodies of the nearby Black Ink clansmen, reaping countless lives in an instant. The solution to relieve Yang Kai's burden was simple. They simply had to annihilate the Black Ink clan soldiers as quickly as possible. At this moment, Feng Ying attacked at full strength without holding back in the slightest. Dawning Light and the two Bai-Shi battleships also charged out and immediately dispersed in different directions to take down their enemies. Following closely behind the three warships were the 1,000 or so hunters. These hunters retained their previous formations and remained in their respective squads. Scattering in all directions, they rushed towards the Black Ink clan army. Once 5 breaths of time were up, Yang Kai immediately retracted his dragon form. His body was covered in countless wounds, and his complexion was deathly pale. Even an elephant could be killed by countless ant bites. At this moment, Yang Kai fully understood the meaning behind this saying. No matter how strong a master was, it was only a matter of time before they cracked if they were targeted by an overwhelming number of enemies, even if those enemies were weak by comparison. What puzzled him was that he had not felt any attacks from the territory lords until now. A thought flashed through his mind, and a vague speculation formed before he let out a roar. Your territory lords have fled. All of you will die here today. His furious roar reverberated throughout the void, and after that he raised his spear and slashed his way through the Black Ink clan army. Everywhere he passed, he left a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in his wake. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-56, Method of Escape. The Black Ink clan army was taken aback when Mo Na Yi ordered them to eliminate the human race masters rushing out of the universe cave heaven. They obeyed the order without question. Unfortunately, they had failed to stop the wave of humans. It wasn't until they heard Yang Kai's shout that the feudal lords discovered the shocking truth. Mo Na Yi and the others were gone. Have the territory lords really escaped? In the beginning, some of the Black Ink clansmen refused to believe the truth and continued to confront the human race masters bravely. However, there was no movement from the territory lords, even though the fight had been ongoing for some time. In the end, they had no choice but to face reality. The territory lords had fled. The morale of the Black Ink clan army instantly dropped like a stone, and their tight formation rapidly collapsed. Even though the strength of the Black Ink clansmen varied greatly, they held an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. If they were determined to put up a fight, they could cause huge casualties among the small number of humans. Dawning Light and the two Bai-Shi battleships might come out unscathed, but not many among the 1,000 or so hunters would survive such a battle. Having said that, the territory lords had escaped, so without their pillars, how could the Black Ink clan army retain their fighting spirit? The siege fell into tatters after several clashes with the numerous human race masters. That was especially true for the places where Yang Kai and Feng Ying passed through. Wherever Yang Kai and Feng Ying went, swathes of Black Ink clansmen were cut down like ripe wheat in a field. Dragon roars and phoenix cries sliced through the air, immediately followed by the emergence of Taiyu. As thousands of lives disappeared with each breath, the Black Ink clan army was filled with absolute terror. The Black Ink clansmen in the outermost circle began to retreat. The territory lords had already escaped, so were they supposed to hang around and wait for their deaths? Their choice quickly affected the Black Ink clansmen in the inner circles. Hence, more and more Black Ink clansmen began to break away from the battle and flee into the distance. At this moment, the Black Ink clan army was a dragon without a head, so it didn't take long before the 1 million strong army became completely vulnerable and fell apart like a handful of loose sand. There were several feudal lords who tried to rally their companions to stand and fight without retreating. They undoubtedly had a clearer picture of the situation, so they knew that they had a chance of survival if they banded together and fought back desperately. On the contrary, they would not stand the slightest chance if they panicked and all escaped in random directions. Without any exceptions, these feudal lords would quickly be cut down by Yong Kai. Yong Kai navigated his way through the Black Ink clan army as though there was nobody in his path, heading in the direction where the resistance was fiercest. It was difficult even for him to eliminate such a massive Black Ink clan army. And since that was the case, his focus was to force them to retreat. As time passed, more and more of the Black Ink clan army fled the battlefield. When the number of escaped Black Ink clansmen reached a critical point, the fighting spirit of the Black Ink clan army collapsed completely. The 3 warships and the hunters pounced on this opportunity, causing heavy casualties to the Black Ink clan everywhere they went. A hard-pressed enemy should not be pursued too far, Yong Kai shouted, preventing the hunters from chasing the enemy into the distance. Upon hearing his command, everybody quickly ceased their pursuit. Countless Black Ink clansmen quickly fled in all directions, vanishing into the depths of the void and disappearing out of sight. The battle ended on an anticlimactic note. After the battle, countless Black Ink clan remains littered the battlefield. Just a rough estimate indicated that there were at least 300,000 fresh corpses. That number was nothing compared to the Black Ink clan army of 5 million that was transferred here, 20% of it at most, but the battle had not lasted for very long either. The entire process took no more than an hour from the beginning to the end. 300,000 enemies had been slaughtered in an hour, which was a staggering victory. Likewise, there were casualties among the human race masters. Many hunters had lost their lives, and those who survived were covered in wounds. Nevertheless, these casualties could not be avoided to achieve this kind of result. It was impossible to suffer 0 casualties in such a battle, but nobody mourned too much. Ever since choosing to become hunters, these people had disregarded their concerns over life or death. Nobody knew when they would encounter an accident, so they had long since become indifferent to such matters. For the first time, the hunters discovered that large-scale army battles were much more enjoyable than their previous small-scale raids. The main reason they chose to become hunters was that they could not adapt to the way the army fought in war. Cultivators generally believed in their own strength rather than the support of others. However, it might not be unacceptable if all the army fought in this manner. For a time, many hunters entertained different ideas in their hearts. Keep a lookout in all directions. Yong Kai breathed a sigh of relief and issued the command before he slipped back into the universe cave, heaven again. Due to the destruction of the portal, the human race masters inside the universe cave, heaven, could vaguely see the battle taking place outside. It was just that they did not have a very clear view of the situation. The battle had erupted without warning, and then ended so quickly that many people could not tell who had won and who had lost. It was not until Yong Kai's figure appeared again that everybody finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Sir, Li Zi, you came forward to greet Yong Kai. The situation outside. The territory lords have escaped, and the Black Ink clan army has been repelled," Yong Kai briefly explained. The 10,000 human refugees inside the universe cave, heaven, immediately burst into cheers, causing the entire world to resonate with joy. "Can we leave this place now?" Li Ziyu asked emotionally. Several dozen years had passed since they were tasked with the responsibility of evacuating the humans in Acacia territory and became trapped in this universe cave heaven. It was extremely dull to remain cooped up inside this universe cave heaven. When the Black Ink Clan besieged them after they accidentally exposed their whereabouts, they believed that they would die soon. Who could have known that human masters would be dispatched to rescue them? At this moment, the Black Ink Clan army standing guard outside had been repelled, so there was nobody to stop them from leaving the universe cave heaven. Yong Kai nodded lightly. In the next moment, he opened the portal to his small universe. Everybody, please enter my small universe. Not many among the 10,000 refugees were in the open heaven realm, so it was not difficult for Yong Kai to take them in. Many Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered during the previous battle in the universe cave heaven, and Black Ink's strength flooded the world as a result. Although Feng Ying and the others had distributed purifying Black Ink pills to the crowd, the weaker humans here would not be able to resist the Black Ink strength for long. Therefore, they did not hesitate to rush into the portal of Yong Kai's small universe upon hearing his command. An hour later, all 10,000 refugees in the universe cave heaven had been taken into Yong Kai's small universe. You too, Yong Kai turned to Li Ziyu and the others. Us, too? Li Ziyu was astonished. He was a seventh order open heaven realm master. Not to mention, he was not the only seventh order open heaven realm master in this place. Although they could enter Yong Kai's small universe, could Yong Kai really accommodate so many cultivators at once? Despite feeling suspicious, he did not dare to question Yong Kai's orders further, so he immediately told the others, "Move." The crowd of open heaven realm masters quickly plunged into the portal. Since Yong Kai wanted them to enter his small universe, then he must be confident in his ability. Li Ziyu was the last to enter, but before he did, he secretly peeked at Yong Kai's complexion. Yong Kai was very pale, but that was more likely a result of the injuries he sustained in his previous battle than any strain on his small universe. Hence, Li Ziyu was secretly astonished. How large must Sir Yang's small universe be? After accepting all of the human race masters in the universe cave heaven, Yong Kai darted out. Outside the universe cave heaven, the rest of the human race masters were watching their surroundings under Feng Ying's command. It was just that none of the Black Ink Clan came attacking. They had only just been forced to retreat. So, who would dare to return? When Yong Kai appeared without anybody else behind him, Feng Ying immediately understood the situation. Those humans inside had probably been taken into his small universe. So she simply asked, "Squad leader, do we fight our way out?" Yong Kai shook his head. All 5 territory gates are guarded by Black Ink Clan armies, and we don't know where the 3 territory lords who escaped might be. It's too risky to charge out of Acacia territory. The reason they managed to defeat the Black Ink Clan army earlier was pure luck, as the 3 territory lords had escaped first. If the scenario unfolded for a second time, they might not be so lucky again. As long as the 3 territory lords were not fools, there was a great chance that they could stop their advance if they joined forces and cooperated with a large Black Ink Clan army. What should we do? I have an idea, Yong Kai replied. How many people can you accommodate in your small universe if they are in the 7th order open heaven realm and below? Feng Ying considered for a moment before she responded, I've never tried, but 200 is probably my limit with 6th order open heaven realm masters as a standard. If she took in those in the 7th order open heaven realm, then she might only be able to accommodate 20 or 30 at most. After all, the higher their order, the larger the size of their small universe, and the heavier the burden to hold them became. Do your best to take in as many as you can. I will deal with the rest, Yong Kai instructed. Feng Ying nodded. Yong Kai swept a glance across his surroundings and spoke in a loud voice, Everybody, it is true that we won this battle. However, the territory gates in Acacia Territory are guarded by large Black Ink clan armies. The whereabouts of the territory lords also remain unknown, so it will be extremely difficult for us to safely leave Acacia Territory. While I have a method to escape this place safely, I will require your full cooperation. His speech was mainly aimed at the hunters since he was not familiar with them. Furthermore, these hunters were not part of the army, so his orders held no weight with them. Discussion and compromise were the only options here. One of the hunters shouted, "Sir, please feel free to ask anything of us. We will not refuse." Having witnessed Yong Kai's strength and heroics, these hunters could be said to hold great admiration for him. Now that the territory gates in Acacia Territory had been blockaded, they could only rely upon him if they wanted to leave. So how could they dare to be disrespectful? Yong Kai nodded. "I would like to ask you to enter my and Senior Sister Feng's small universes." As soon as the words left his mouth, he shot a glance at Feng Ying. The two of them opened the portals to their small universe in unison. Ordinary people might not be able to notice any kind of difference. However, for these masters, as soon as the two portals appeared side by side, the difference in strength between the two small universes could be seen at a glance. The aura radiating from Yong Kai's small universe was undoubtedly more substantial. Even the impression given by the two portals was distinctly contrasting. If the portal to Feng Ying's small universe was akin to a wooden door, then the portal to Yong Kai's small universe was a huge steel gate. There was no comparison between the two at all. Those in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm and below will enter Senior Sister Feng's small universe first. Those in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm will come to my side. Yong Kai continued. Many of the hunters rushed over without hesitation and plunged straight into the two portals. Not long afterwards, Feng Ying's expression began to twist in discomfort. She persisted for a while longer, but eventually closed her portal with a shake of her head when her aura fluctuations became unsteady. "I can't take any more." Her small universe had reached its limits, so it was impossible for her to accommodate any more Open Heaven Realm masters. On the other hand, the open portal to Yong Kai's small universe resembled a bottomless pit that accepted every single person who came forward. Even so, it could be seen that he too was starting to feel the pressure after accommodating so many cultivators in his small universe. When all the hunters had entered his small universe, he turned to look at Yang Shao. "And the others, you two?" Yang Shao worriedly said, "Adoptive father, will you be okay? We don't need to enter." "Enough nonsense. Get inside." Yong Kai snapped irritably. "Do you really think I can't see through your little schemes?" These little ones were clearly looking for an opportunity to escape his watch so that they could continue wandering outside. However, the situation here was too dangerous. How could they be so careless? If he had not come to Acacia Territory himself, they would have been in mortal danger by now. Seeing Yong Kai being so insistent, Yang Shao and the others had no choice but to obey. Thus, they dejectedly took turns entering the portal. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-57, Vanished into Thin Air. Yong Kai urged his powers slightly. Although his world force, which used to flow smoothly, felt slightly congested, he had yet to reach his limits. He could probably accommodate a few more people in his small universe. Thus, he turned to look at the Dawn Squad. "You two, enter my small universe." "Yes." Shin Ao of Dawn quickly received the order. Then, the entire squad plunged into the portal of Yong Kai's small universe. When all the members of Dawn had entered Yong Kai's small universe, he had the sense that he had almost reached his limits. The strongest indicator was a bloated feeling, as though he had eaten too much. An ordinary person would have trouble moving around if they were bloated. On the other hand, An open heaven realm master would not only have trouble moving around when bloated, but their ability to exert their full strength would be greatly affected. Therefore, most high-rank open heaven realm masters generally would not accept others into their small universes unless their safety could be guaranteed. No matter how few they accepted, they were bound to face some degree of impact on their strength, and the more they accommodated, the greater the impact. If a territory lord were to appear right now, Yang Kai would not be able to compete against them. He could barely even exert 20% of his full strength at the moment, but his condition was not too bad. When he turned to look at Feng Ying, he saw that her aura was unstable and her expression twisted constantly. She looked like she could explode at any moment. Yu Ru Meng's squad remained, but Feng Ying or Yang Kai couldn't accommodate any more people. At this moment, Yang Kai could only pray that everything would go smoothly. Otherwise, he did not know how he could bring so many people out of Acacia territory. "Stay close to me." Yang Kai beckoned to the others. Feng Ying and the last Bai Shi battleship responded immediately and crowded around him. Exhaling slowly, Yang Kai activated his strength and connected his mind to the world tree. The void trembled, and the entire great territory rumbled. A kind of ethereal connection in the distance seemed to appear. It could not seem to condense, no matter what. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly as he knew the reason was that he had too many people with him. The last time he brought Wu Kuang alone to the grand ancient ruins boundary, he had not faced any pressure. The difference this time was that he had many human race masters in his small universe. Not to mention, he also had an 8th Order master like Feng Ying and 10 others in Yu Ru Meng's squad with him. It was not the same situation as before. "Old tree, help!" Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. He couldn't enter the grand ancient ruins boundary with his strength alone, so he could only ask the old tree for help. When the words left his mouth, something that resembled a tree branch came from somewhere unknown and extended towards him across the vague expanse of space. As the tree branch stretched towards his location, Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Old tree is reliable after all?" Then he quickly shouted, "Go." Wrapping his power around Feng Ying and Yu Ru Meng's squad, he stepped onto the illusory path that had opened before him and vanished into the void. By the time he came back to his senses, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the majestic and enormous world tree. Unfortunately, the void trembled violently even though he had the support of the old tree. Feng Ying and Yu Ru Meng's squad were knocked off balance as a result. He stood up shakily and turned back to look in the direction he came. The path leading here was becoming insubstantial, and even the tree branch that the world tree extended earlier was beginning to shatter. A chill ran through his heart when he realized that the old tree probably had to pay a price to support his trip here. The reason he failed to notice in the past was that he had always been traveling alone. Now that he brought so many people along with him, the price was much more noticeable as a result. In other words, the old tree probably had to pay some kind of price every time he came here. It had just never mentioned anything to him before. "Many thanks, old tree." Yang Kai expressed his gratitude. The old tree did not reveal himself and simply waved his branches lightly in response. "Is this the world tree?" Bai Shi's soul clone suddenly exclaimed. He was the oldest out of everybody else present by a large margin, so he was also the most knowledgeable. It only took him a glance to see through the old tree's true nature. Nevertheless, even he had only heard of the world tree, but had never seen it before. He never imagined that he would see the world tree today. Thinking back to Yang Kai's actions earlier, he quickly grasped the situation. This place was probably the grand ancient ruins boundary that was mentioned in legends. This is the world tree? Why does it look so withered and wilted? Yu Ru Meng was extremely taken aback. At present, the world tree certainly looked rather wilted. The originally lush leaves had withered away, and a feeble aura permeated its surroundings. Yang Kai sighed and casually explained, Old Tree's existence is related to the universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds. If one suffers, all suffer. If one prospers, all prosper. Now that many of the great territories have been occupied by the Black Ink clan, most universe worlds have had their grand Daos collapse and their world force drained away. It's only natural that the old trees suffered some backlash. Are those world fruits? Su Yan suddenly asked, pointing at the few fruits hanging on the tree. Yang Kai nodded, and they are world fruits, but we can't pick any of them. Most of the surviving world fruits contain universe worlds that have been integrated into them. The rest represent the universe worlds that we have managed to preserve so far. The 3,000 worlds used to be extremely prosperous, with countless universe worlds in the past, but only around 2,000 or so remain now. Each of these universe worlds corresponded to one of the world fruits hanging on the world tree. When the grand Tao of a universe world collapsed, the most obvious sign reflected by the world tree was the decomposition of its world fruit. If Yang Kai had not traveled across so many great territories and refined the universe worlds there, the world tree would probably be bare by now. Yang Kai did not know whether the world tree could survive in such a condition. The highest probability was that the world tree would survive, but not much vitality would remain. Yu Rumeng and the others were amazed. Although they could not understand how they suddenly traveled to this place from Acacia territory, they did not inquire further into the matter, since it was obviously related to Yang Kai. All of you should take some time to recuperate. I will lead you out later, Yang Kai instructed, and then he sat down cross-legged. Everybody obeyed his command. Taking out some spirit pills, they sat beside the world tree and began to adjust their breathing. Many of them had sustained injuries during the battle earlier, and Yang Kai suffered the most wounds among them. While these humans were quietly focusing on their recovery, the Black Ink clan army stood guard around the 5 territory gates in Acacia territory. The 3 territory lords who escaped from the battle were gathered at one of the territory gates. Their leader, Mo Na Yi, was monitoring the depths of the void, with a gloomy look in his eyes. That direction was where the universe cave heaven in Acacia territory was located. They did not know the outcome of the battle outside the universe cave heaven, although Mo Na Yi had ordered the Black Ink clan army to lock down the universe cave heaven before they departed. They were not there to oversee the situation themselves. No matter how great the numbers of the Black Ink clan army were, it would be difficult for them to succeed in the endeavor without the territory lords. On the contrary, the situation would improve significantly if they managed to suppress the enemy. As Mo Na Yi mulled over the issue, a wave of murderous intent surged in his heart, and he glared at Yu Gong, who was standing nearby. This bastard was the first to flee the battle after rushing out of the universe cave heaven. As a result, Mo Na Yi did not dare to stay for long. If Yu Gong had not fled back then, Mo Na Yi would not have left so quickly either. The 3 territory lords would have stood a chance against the humans if they cooperated with the Black Ink clan army, but this coward chose to flee without any hesitation. Mo Na Yi did not have the confidence to restrain Yang Kai without Yu Gong, so he could only choose to leave with him. Seeming to sense Mo Na Yi's glare, Yu Gong turned his head away and silently cursed in his heart, "Bastard Mo Na Yi! He refuses to take action for fear of danger, but has no problems sending others to die in his place." The other territory lords had not experienced the horror of Yang Kai from up close, but he had. It was fortunate that he had wisely chosen to make that female 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master his opponent, and avoided fighting Yang Kai. Otherwise, he would not be alive right now. After all, wasn't that other fool dead? As for Mo Na Yi's dissatisfaction with him, he couldn't care less. They were all territory lords, so even if Mo Na Yi was unhappy with him, what could the other party do to him? All of a sudden, he sensed something. He raised his head and stared into the distance with a sigh. The battle has probably ended. Similarly, Mo Na Yi and the other territory lords had noticed the situation. Many black ink clansmen were fleeing towards them in a panic, as though an ominous beast was chasing them from behind. "We lost!" Mo Na Yi sighed and closed his eyes. The Black Ink Clan army of 1 million had failed to stop the humans from escaping. Who knows how many losses they sustained in this battle? Not long afterwards, Mo Na Yi learned the specifics of the situation from the fleeing Black Ink clansmen. The Black Ink clan had indeed lost the battle. Without the support of the territory lords, the Black Ink clan army had fallen apart like loose sand. It only took several attempts for the human race masters to break their formation. Moreover, nobody knew which direction the humans had fled. Mo Na Yi then quickly relayed a command to each territory gate, ordering the troops to keep a strict watch for any movement by the human race masters. Although the humans had broken out of the universe cave heaven, the Black Ink clan was not without a chance of success. There were over 700,000 troops standing guard at each territory gate. So, no matter where the humans tried to attack, there was bound to be a large battle. The Black Ink clan army guarding the targeted gate would only need to buy some time for the rest of the Black Ink clan army in Acacia territory to arrive and overwhelm the enemy. With several million soldiers and 3 territory lords, there was still a chance to prevent the humans from escaping. However, what puzzled Mo Na Yi was that the situation at each territory gate remained peaceful and quiet even though more than 10 days passed. There was no movement from the human race masters at all. After some time, more territory lords arrived from various great territories to provide support, allowing Mo Na Yi to finally feel at ease. It was not until a total of 9 territory lords had gathered here that he finally relayed a new command. The territory lords would split into groups of 3, and each group would lead a portion of the Black Ink clan army to search for the whereabouts of the human race masters in Acacia territory. The humans could not have left Acacia territory through the territory gates, so they must have been hiding somewhere and recovering from their wounds. In that case, it was only a matter of time before they were found. Contrary to Mo Na Yi's expectations, though, the search lasted for half a year, but revealed nothing. The humans seemed to have vanished into thin air. Inside the grand ancient ruins boundary, Yang Kai stood up after several days of rest and said goodbye to the old tree. The old tree simply waved his branches lightly in response, not even bothering to reveal his face. The effort to help Yang Kai previously must have placed a huge burden on him. Yang Kai secretly vowed that he would not allow the old tree to help him like this again. Although the old tree was the manifestation of the 3,000 worlds, his existence was integrated with all the universe worlds in every great territory. If the old tree exhausted too much energy, it would be harmful to the heritage of each great territory in the future. When Yang Kai arrived, he needed the old tree to help him. Fortunately, there was no need for that during his return. Back then, Yang Kai managed to transfer 100 divine spirits to the vicinity of the star boundary with ease, so naturally, he did not require much effort this time either. Activating his strength, he wrapped his power around everybody and connected his mind to the star boundary. It did not take long for him to locate the world fruit on the world tree that corresponded to the star boundary, as that one was larger and more robust than the others. In the next moment, Yang Kai charged towards the world fruit. The world tree rapidly enlarged in his vision, as though an entire universe was rushing straight at him. The void turned upside down, and space became hazy. Then they suddenly appeared in the periphery of the star boundary. Even though Yang Kai was in the 8th order open heaven realm, he couldn't help feeling slightly overwhelmed when he felt this familiar aura. He was home. After several thousand years, he was finally home. The moment he mentioned Yang Kai's name, the star boundary became abuzz with excitement as streaks of light shot up from its surface towards the void. Yang Kai's heart could not help but pound with excitement, sensing so many familiar auras. A moment later, the streaks of light came to a halt and revealed themselves. A few of the figures were familiar to Yang Kai, while a few were not, but all of them radiated quite powerful undulations. He immediately started heading in a particular direction. Standing in that direction was a middle-aged couple who were both looking at him with excitement and warmth. The woman was incessantly sobbing, while the middle-aged man maintained a calm look, but he was still unable to conceal his excitement. When he arrived close to the two, Yang Kai bowed down to kneel. "Your unfilial son. Yang Kai has made father and mother worried. Get up." Yang Yingfeng promptly grabbed him, preventing him from kneeling. "You are now an army commander. You represent the face of an entire army as well as its prestige." The nearby Dong Suzhu could not help but nod in agreement, but most of her attention was focused on Yang Kai's body, checking if he was hurt in any place or not. Naturally, the people in the rear received word of everything that had been going on in the front lines. They had already received the news about Yang Kai being appointed as the army commander of the profound Nether Army, but Yang Kai's parents were just happy that their son was alive and well. They were proud that he was now entrusted with such heavy responsibilities by the Supreme Headquarters. Still, they were worried that Yang Kai might not be able to shoulder such heavy responsibilities. Yang Kai smiled. Who does not have parents? Without parents, how could the current human race continue on? He then respectfully kneeled down and kowtowed 3 times to his parents. Only then did he stand up, lifted by his parents, before looking towards the figure standing next to his parents. "Thank you, it must have been hard on you." Xia Ningchang's eyes turned red, but she still shook her head and smiled. "Not at all." The moment Yang Kai appeared on the profound Nether Territory battlefield, the news was instantly transmitted back. Xia Ningchang had quickly rushed to profound Nether Territory, but unfortunately, when she arrived, she received the news that Yang Kai had left with some soldiers just a few days prior. Helpless, Xia Ningchang could only return to the star boundary. She was now one of the most outstanding alchemists of the human race, and the soldiers on the front line required a great deal of pills every day. So she could not remain absent for too long. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai had returned so soon and appeared right outside the star boundary. From little senior sister's perspective, it had been over 1,000 years since they last met, but her endless longing completely turned into tender feelings after just a glance at Yang Kai. While they were chatting, more and more people flew over from the star boundary, but remained standing at a respectful distance. Yang Kai spotted Hua Qingxi, Huigu, Mo Xiaoqi Linyuner, and many other acquaintances and unfamiliar figures in the crowd. Most of them were injured and had probably returned from the front lines to recuperate at the star boundary. Once they had recovered, they would probably head back to the battlefield. After some brief hellos, Yang Kai shouted, "Head manager." Hua Qingxi immediately stepped forward. "Yes, I'll have to trouble you to take care of these people." Saying so, he and Feng Ying immediately opened portals to their small universes, and many cultivators rushed out, soon reaching 10,000 in number, with quite a lot of them in the 6th Order and 7th Order. The crowd was dumbfounded at the sight of this. Feng Ying's side was still acceptable, as the number of people she had taken was not high, and none of them were in the 7th Order. Yang Kai's side was rather spectacular, though. Not only did the people coming out of his small universe number over 10,000, but there were many in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. This left many speechless. wondering just how vast his small universe was. Palace Master, these are, Hua Qingxi asked. Yang Kai explained. Most of them were rescued from Acacia territory, while the rest are hunters who happened to be there and provided us with their aid. Hua Qingxi immediately understood after hearing this and stated with a nod, I understand. Everyone please follow me. There were so many refugees, so it was impossible to settle them all on the star boundary. In fact, the star boundary could no longer accept any more people. The logistics department had already arranged the cultivators who had come from other great territories to other places. Yang Xiao and the others wanted to slip into the crowd and disappear, but they were caught by Yang Kai. You're not going anywhere. A look of misery immediately took over Yang Xiao's face as he shot a glance towards Yang Shui. However, how could Yang Shui dare to raise her voice? Her parents were right here, so acting cute to her big brother would be useless. As for Zhao Yibai and the others, they obediently lowered their heads like baby chicks. Yang Kai then shouted to the surrounding crowd, Ladies and gentlemen, this Yang has just returned home from a long journey. I'm sorry, but I won't be entertaining any of you. I'll visit you another day. A seventh-order old man from some cave heaven paradise stated, putting on a smile, Sir Yang is too polite. You can go about your own business. We are now members of the star boundary, so we can catch up later. Seniority-wise, he was many generations older than Yang Kai, but Yang Kai was currently in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and was also an army commander. Even the sect masters of the cave heavens and paradises dared not put on airs before him, addressing him as Sir was not inappropriate. Yang Kai nodded in response before wrapping everyone around him in his world force and heading to the star boundary. A short while later, an auspicious aura basked high heaven palace, causing many disciples in retreat to start breaking through in succession. Those who could see fate and fortune saw an obscure, enormous golden dragon encompassing high heaven palace from afar. They could not help but marvel at this sight. High heaven palace is really something. They are enjoying 30% of the star boundary's fortune. It was foreseeable that in the future, masters would emerge from high heaven palace one after another, and would continue to do so for some time. In the past, the auspicious aura around High Heaven Palace was much stronger than other places in the star boundary already, but now, with Yang Kai's return, that auspicious aura grew even stronger. It was as if the entire star boundary was celebrating his return. Even the World Tree clone towering in the star boundary rustled happily. The area within a range of 100,000 kilometers of the World Tree clone was considered a holy land of the entire human race. This region was demarcated by High Heaven Palace, and only the most outstanding young generation disciples were allowed to cultivate here because it was easier to comprehend the various grand daos in the vicinity of the World Tree. Even healing effects here were much better than anywhere else. The seriously wounded who had retreated from the front lines would also be sent here to recuperate. At this moment, on a certain spirit peak in High Heaven Palace, where Yang Kai's parents lived, a group of people suddenly appeared. Yang Kai was back, so were Yu Rumeng and the others. Even Yang Xiao and the other little ones had been caught and brought back. The spirit peak, which was usually deserted, suddenly started bustling with activity. Looking at the buzzing crowd, Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu glanced at each other as a smile appeared on their lips. After so many years, this place finally looked like a real home again. Yu Rumeng and the others got busy preparing a family banquet, while Yang Kai accompanied his parents, chatting nonstop with them. No one talked about the current situation of the human race, nor did Yang Kai's parents ask about his recent experiences, because they did not need to ask. They knew that their son must have gone through a lot. Yang Xiao and others also wanted to help out, but just as they went to do so, they were reprimanded by Yu Rumeng. Helpless, they had no choice but walk to one side in embarrassment, staring at each other in speechless dismay. Endless sighs escaped Yang Kai's lips, watching everyone and making small talk with his parents. The noise and cruelty of the battlefield seemed so far away at this moment. This rare warmth could make anyone forget oneself and not want to leave. His parents were both Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters now, but it had been ages since they advanced to the Fifth Order. After so many years of cultivation, they were on the verge of breaking through to the Sixth Order. Only his parents' aptitude was not that great, and the further their cultivation progressed, the harder it became for them to advance. If they want to break through to the Seventh Order, they would need many more years. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu were still very satisfied. They were also among the first generation of people to receive the World Tree's feedback. In fact, had it not been for the World Tree clone's feedback, it would have been difficult for them to even advance directly to the Fourth Order with their past aptitude. They would have probably had to settle for reaching the Third Order Open Heaven Realm. Currently, they were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai was in the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm, and with high status and weighty responsibilities. Although Yang Shui was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, she was about to advance to Seventh Order, and had a lot of room for growth. Furthermore, all of their daughters-in-law were in the Seventh Order. So, what was there to be dissatisfied about? The two had never been insatiably greedy. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-59, Small Talk. The Spirit Peak was overflowing with joy and happiness. Most of the time, it was Dong Suzhu who was speaking. Yang Yingfeng did not say much. Their chat included the interesting events that had taken place in the star boundary over the years, like when two elders of some cave heaven or paradise fought with each other over a disciple, only to end up being taken advantage of by others. This kind of thing had happened before. Only when Yang Kai was here, the World Tree clone's feedback had only just appeared and was not as marvelous as it was now. Like when a native disciple of the star boundary with outstanding aptitude was acknowledged as great emperor a few years ago, or how a gorgeous disciple of High Heaven Palace made their fellow brothers compete with each other for her favor. Yang Kai calmly listened with a smile. High Heaven territory was the last pure land of the human race. Feeling the warmth he had not felt for a very long time, Yang Kai suddenly understood the feelings of the Ninth Order old ancestors who had sacrificed their lives that day. They wanted to protect this final paradise at any cost, because this was the future hope of the human race. Unfortunately, war moments were always too short. Yang Kai did not stay with his parents for long. After attending the family banquet, he left Yu Rumeng and the others with his parents and departed. He still had many things to attend to. Yang Kai was sitting up straight in the main conference hall of High Heaven Palace, listening to Hua Qingxi explain the star boundary's current situation. The star boundary could now be said to be the most important rear base of the human race because of the World Tree clone. The current star boundary was truly an open heaven realm cradle, with a large number of them being born every year, each one extremely talented in their own right. Most of these people would advance straight to Fifth Order or Sixth Order, while occasionally one or two would advance straight to Seventh Order. These rare few would be treated as precious treasures by the cave heavens and paradises. More than 1,000 years ago, the cave heavens and paradises had founded their own Tao temples on the star boundary, laying claim to vast stretches of territory. Over the years, a balance of power in the star boundary had been maintained by High Heaven Palace as the leader, and other local sects and cave heavens and paradises Tao temples acting as supports. This power balance had not changed much for nearly a millennium. A few decades ago, though, when the human race suffered defeat on the barren territory battlefield, cultivators from various great territories all migrated to High Heaven territory. It was quite hectic back then, as too many people had suddenly arrived, and more kept on coming. Fortunately, the cave heavens and paradises had stepped in to manage the situation. Otherwise, the star boundary would have been in total chaos. The star boundary's name had spread far and wide long ago, and at that time, all the cultivators who had lost their homes all naturally wanted to settle down in the star boundary. But the star boundary was only so big and could not accommodate so many people. In the end, masters from the various cave heavens and paradises came forward and allowed various forces to set up temporary palaces in the vicinity of the star boundary. But all the forces of a territory were only allowed to set up one such palace. Since they could not enter the star boundary, staying in its periphery was not a bad idea. At the very least, they would be able to benefit from some of the feedback from the World Tree clone. Furthermore, the forces that had migrated from all over 3,000 worlds were promised that if their outstanding disciples chose to enter any of the cave heavens or paradise's Tao temples to cultivate, they would be allowed to do so, as long as they passed certain tests. These tests were neither easy nor difficult, but only true geniuses could pass them. Over the years, some people had passed these tests and entered the various Tao temples, but their numbers weren't that high. With these kinds of arrangements, the initial chaos was finally settled. Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder there were so many universe fragments in the periphery of the star boundary. They were arranged by the combined effort of various forces of the great territories. When he had returned, Yang Kai noticed numerous universe fragments of various sizes floating around the star boundary. Furthermore, there were many palaces and buildings erected on these universe fragments. Obviously, cultivators were living on them. Yang Kai could not understand why there were so many universe fragments present, but after listening to Hua Qingxi's explanation, he finally understood. The cave heavens and paradises ate the meat, while the forces that had migrated could only settle for the soup. There was no other alternative, though. The Tao Temple's domain had already occupied a large portion of the star boundary, and far too many forces had migrated to high heaven territory, so the star boundary could not accommodate all of them. Hua Qingxi concurred with a nod, as a bitter smile appeared on her face as she continued. If the demon territory's environment wasn't so unsuitable, many would have been more than happy to settle there. There were not many universe worlds suitable for habitation and cultivation in high heaven territory. Apart from the star boundary, there was the demon realm. The latter had been shattered many years ago, and Yang Kai had used his embodiment to activate the heaven-devouring battle law and reassemble all those shattered pieces. In terms of cultivation environment, the demon realm was naturally inferior to the star boundary. Furthermore, the demon realm was rich in demon chi. Myriad demons' heaven disciples should like it very much. Likewise, cultivators who cultivated demon techniques would not reject it, but for most cultivators, the demon realm was simply not suitable to live in. The numbers don't match, though. How come there are so few migrated cultivators here? Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Although there were many palaces in the vicinity of the star boundary, those could only house so many cultivators, far fewer than the total number who had migrated here from the other great territories. Hua Qingxi explained. The number of cultivators living in the palaces in the periphery of the star boundary is small because most others were settled in the new great territory. There are many more suitable universe worlds in the new great territory for habitation. Whether it is the world energy, world force, or even the grand Tao or material resources there, they can be well suited for varying forces. Considering everything, Duan Hongchen and the others had advanced to the open heaven realm just over 1,000 years ago, but all of them had now reached the seventh order. This was a huge improvement. If it was any other open heaven realm master, it would have been impossible to show so much improvement in such a short time, no matter how outstanding his or her aptitude was. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai believed that the reason was the World Tree clone's feedback. In the past, he had also borrowed the star boundary's power to resist his enemies because he was a great emperor acknowledged by the star boundary's will. As a result, he greatly improved in a short time with the help of the star boundary's world force. Borrowing strength like this consumed the world force of the star boundary, but it also strengthened one's foundation greatly. This was equivalent to seizing the star boundary's foundation. It was quite beneficial to oneself and could save a great deal of time in cultivation, but for the star boundary, it was akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, the star boundary being the goose. Duan Hongchen and the others understood this point, and with their sense of righteousness, they would never do something like harming others for the sake of their own benefit. So, their rapid progress must have something to do with the world tree clone's feedback. Duan Hongchen nodded his agreement. It's useful, very useful. I didn't notice it at first, but with the increase in the world tree clone's feedback these past years, we discovered that our heritages increased much more rapidly than average. Furthermore, as great emperors, our small universe's world force should be denser than others. So, we should be stronger than other cultivators in the same realm. The world force became denser with the increase in his cultivation. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity. After giving it a thought, he realized that it was true for him as well. There was a world tree clone in his small universe, which was why his cultivation was much faster than before. Furthermore, the world tree clone had the effect of purifying world force, so it naturally made his world force denser. Although Duan Hongchen and the other great emperors did not have world tree clones in their small universes, they were star boundary great emperors, so the world tree clone being in the star boundary was naturally beneficial to them. Realization suddenly dawned upon Yang Kai. No wonder bustling world great emperor's cultivation had improved so quickly. In the final analysis, it was all thanks to the world tree clone. The source of the world tree clone's feedback was energy siphoned from other universe worlds and then transferred to the star boundary, allowing the latter's fortune and auspicious aura to flourish while its grand Tao was further tempered.